We're going to begin start by reading the preamble. We thank you for tuning in to this iteration of the Cleveland Landmarks Commission. In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law under COVID-19 emergency declaration, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted. All boards and commissions under the purview of the City Planning Department conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken with vote. Abstentions from any vote due to a conflict of interest should be stated for the record prior to taking of any vote. In order to ensure that everyone participating in the meeting have the opportunity to be heard, we ask that you use the raise hand feature before a question or making a comment. The raise hand feature can be found in the participants panel on the desktop and mobile version and activated by clicking the hand icon. Please wait for the chair or facilitator to recognize you and be sure to select unmute and announce yourself before you speak. When finished speaking, please lower your hand by clicking on the raise hand icon again and mute your microphone. We will also be utilizing the chat feature to communicate with participants. The chat can be activated by clicking the chat button located on the bottom of the WebEx screen. All meeting activity is being recorded via the WebEx platform. These proceedings are also being live streamed via YouTube and TV20 for public view. We have provided a link to the meeting for those who wish to speak on a particular case via our WebEx, our website and email. We have also received emails from those who have provided written comment on a particular matter. Given the events in our world today, we're asking that as a commission, take a moment of silence for 60 seconds to think about what's going on in the world and reflect on how we can be a part of positive change. Thank you. Madam Chairwoman, the meeting is yours.
Don't forget to unmute yourself, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Pettit, can you please call roll?
Ms. Anderson,
Here.
Ms. Bailey, Mr. Kalikia,
Here.
Director Collier,
Here.
Mr. Dreyer,
Here.
Mr. Harrison,
Here.
Mr. Jones, Mr. Strickland,
Here.
Mr. Tarasik,
Here.
Ms. Trott.
Here.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum, and I'd like to note that city staff in attendance include Mr. Brunges, Mr. Hastings, and Ms. LaPlaca.
Thank you. I'd like to call the June 11th Landmarks meeting to order. We'd like to welcome everybody here, and even if it's in a virtual state, we're very happy to be back and able to meet and review our projects. We'd like to call our certificates of appropriateness, or I'm sorry, we will start with our certificates of appropriateness. We'd like to welcome the first case on our agenda. We'd ask the first presenter to use the raise hand function so your microphone can be unmuted, and then identify yourself, and then work with the host or I should say the host will control your slides. So please tell the host when you'd like your slides advanced.
Madam Chair, we have Sandra Madison. Tony, I apologize if I don't get your last names right. Sias, Daniel Schmidtkins, and another one that I have no idea how to pronounce, Yuanchi C.
Good morning. Can you hear me? It's Sandra Madison.
We're getting a lot of feedback from you. Do you have your computer on as well as calling in?
Probably. I'm calling in using my. Let me see if I can. Hold on for us. Let me see if I can get. Oh. Okay, I'm just calling in from my computer in the office, and that probably has my.
You need to mute the computer.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but you're not going to be able to speak unless you can figure out how to mute the echo.
Hold on. Is that better?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you. All right. So this is for Carolyn House Phase 3. We were here, I guess, a couple months ago before your board, and since then there's been some revisions based on cost. We did get some estimates done at that time, and we were also looking to address some of the issues that you had with the signage that we had on the building. Next slide. I'm not sure everyone was there last time, but anyway, this is the site. This is the Karamu site on the corner of Quincy and 89th. It is a circle, as you know, and Karamu's been around for over 100 years, 105 years. So next slide. So what we're doing is renovating the theater wing, which is the wing that's mostly on the 89th Street side and on the corner of Quincy. The long linear wing, which is we call the office and classroom wing, is not being renovated at this time. Other than the ramp, we're renovating the ramp, and actually that's under construction right now. It's just starting construction, and that's in that purple area. So that's going to be constructed and be completed by the end of the summer. We also have work from the Northeast Ohio regional sewer district where we're putting in pervious pavement in that blue area. We've had renovations done to the north side already on the exterior, and where we've had some new paving and landscaping done. And so this third phase on the exterior, we're providing new landscaping on Quincy Avenue corner side. That's the green area you'll see there. And then also we're doing some additional landscaping and paving, and you'll see that in the light blue area on the parking lot side. The last time we were here, we can go to the next slide. Let's see what this is just showing what was going to be done for the Northeast Ohio Sewer District. So we're switching some of the parking layout. And again, that's already been approved and starting shortly, but we're trying to coordinate that work with this phase 3 work. Next slide. This is just showing again how that's being done as far as the new ramp additions for the Chase entrance. Next slide. So this is what was approved before. This is what the existing conditions look like right now. The first slide in the upper left is the existing entrance on Quincy Avenue. The other slide in the upper right is the existing entrance from the parking lot into the Arena Theater. So we're focused on the Arena Theater entrances right now. Before it was the Jellic, so I should have said that before. And then we're enclosing, as you know, the outdoor stage. And this was all approved last time. So I'm just going through this because some of you may not have been here the last time to see this. And we're enclosing that outdoor stage that you see in the lower left. And then on the lower right, that's just showing, again, the Quincy side. And there's, if you can see, there's a little gas house that's there in the front. I don't know if you can, I'm sorry, I can't point. But there's a little gas house that we're looking to remove, and we're looking to remove all the signage on the building that says Chase. We're taking that off the building, and thank you. And then the door, we're looking to, that's also a door in that, the lower right, there's a door and stairs. We're going to be bricking that in, leaving a recess, but we're removing that from the front. And then also where there used to be display cases, you can see those, where there's like a little concrete rectangle indentation. We're going to be breaking that in as well, recessed brick into those two areas to clean that front up. Next slide. So this is what was done before. That was approved, you guys. That was in phase 2. We enclosed the vestibule area so they can have a place for patrons to wait as they're being picked up or dropped off. Next slide. So this phase will include the renovation that you see in purple on the other side. The slide to the left is, of course, the existing conditions, and what we're doing is on the right side. So we are renovating the area in the purple, and adding additional landscaping, as you see there. Next slide. So what we're doing, actually, this is the building part has not changed. So, what has changed from the last time you saw it? So the building was pretty much approved as far as the additions. What we've done is actually pull the vestibule further to the south, so it's closer to the street, so you can actually see it. And as you remember, it was really tucked back. And we want to make this accessible, so we've added a ramp. Before, the ramp was in the deck. Before, we had a deck where you see the peach part, I guess you want to call it peach or purple, there was a deck there. There was an outdoor deck. That came in high. We didn't have money to do that, so we decided not to pursue that in this phase. Just so what we did so we can actually build the deck later is move the ramp to the east side and still have the accessibility for this portion. So we put the ramp in. Also, what this does is when there's a stairwell, and you can see where the canopy bends over. There's a stairwell with an exit there. So you can still come out and go down the ramp, so exit out, but tie it all together and make it as one. So from the last time you saw, the ramp was on, before it was on the left side or the west side of the entrance, and because it then took you up onto the deck. But this way, you still can use the ramp to get up, to get in, or in a future time, get onto the deck, which will be at the same elevation. But for now, we're not doing the deck. We're just going to re-landscape, take down the gas meter house, which is right there in the front, and still do on the corner a plaza, which is a naming right plaza, so they'll be naming bricks on the plaza. So that part has not changed. What you will notice is for those who were there last time, we had a large mesh screen on the southwest corner of the building, which we heard you loud and clear that you didn't quite want to cover that end of the building, that you wanted to actually be able to read the corner and read and see the whole building. So we decided to take it off of the building, and we're now thinking of designing a sign as part of the pylon that we had there before. So now the mesh will be the mesh screen, which will be on the pylon. We went to a design review, and they'd like for that pylon to be a little bit different, a little bit more sculptural. So we're planning to go back to them at some point soon to show our new design for that. But so for right now, we're not asking for any signage to be approved. We're looking at just the redirection of the ramp and what you see before you right now. Keep going. There's a couple of renderings that show that area a little bit better. Next slide. I'm sorry. So that's the rear. For those who haven't seen it, that was what was approved before. And we'll have, I'll have Andrew, who's on today from Binky, to tell you a little bit more about the landscaping. Next slide. Again, this is still the area that was approved from the last time. Again, minus the signage we're coming back to you for all the signage. Next slide. Another slide. Next slide. This is showing you from before for those who were not there. Next slide. Okay, so this is what the building looks like now on Quincy Avenue. We are, with this, going to be taking down the fence that you see along there to make it a little bit more inviting. We will be, reseeding, dressing up the shrubs that are there, or either taking them out. So just to make it more inviting, we will be taking down the fence all along the Quincy Avenue side. Next slide. And so this is our proposal. So we'll be pretty much just cleaning up the front of the building. This is elevation, giving you the size of what we think the size of the pylon sign will be. You can see that it does not hide the building any longer, where we had the large mesh, which was on the corner, extended along the whole side. So we went back and rethought that. And we're keeping the ramp wall pretty low because we don't want to we don't want to cover the entrance. We want to keep it really clean. So the wall for the ramp will not be any higher than the entrance stoop into the building. So we're keeping that low, just linear, to keep it tight within the building. Horizontality. Next slide. So this sort of just gives you an idea of what that would look like in rendering terms. I think there's one more. Next slide. There's one more rendering. Yes, from this side. So this is showing from the plaza, from the corner of 89th and Quincy, how that would look. And again, design review wants to take another look at the actual mesh pylon screen, which will really act as a signage as well to say that this is Karamu and this is what's coming. This is what shows are coming there. This is what we've done. This is the programs that we offer. So it'll be something that'll be programmed and changed throughout the year. But we're looking at a new design. They want something a little bit more sculptural, so we're working on that. So that's the architecture that we're looking for. I can have Andy, I think next slide is Andy's next slide. Andy, you want to talk about the plaza?
Sure. This is Andrew Steinges with Banky. I'm filling in today for Daniel Schmidtkins. The planting that we are utilizing around here is essentially mirroring the planting that we have used in the other areas around the Chase entry with the back ramp and in the area where we are doing the stormwater improvements in the back. Most of our planting we're gearing to have a variety of colors during different types of years. So we're going to be using a variety of lower to mid-size hydrangeas, some summer sweets to provide different colors. Trees will be yellowwood or some sweet bay magnolias, some lavender and some sedum for even more color. And then for the winter time, we'll have some junipers as well to provide that year-round greenery. Unfortunately, we don't have as much color in our landscape. And then, of course, we'll be seeding any areas that are disturbed during construction as well, just to fill in the grass areas. So this slide here gives you an idea of what these various plants look like. And yes, next slide. I don't know what is next. Okay, guess I can turn this back over to Sandra then.
Madam Chair, we have Director Collier would like to make a comment.
Yes, just a question with respect to the plaza. And around that plaza, there's those blank walls, particularly showing on the Quincy side. And you do a good job of landscaping there. That was a good photo. So if you go, yes. So I noticed that you have heavy vegetation, which actually covers that wall, which is great. My question is about those two trees. Those are newly planted trees, correct?
Correct.
Okay, how long will it take for them to mature so that they grow to be able to shield that blank wall there? How long do you think that will take?
Oh, depending, obviously a lot will depend on the size of tree that is put in to begin with. I think a good estimate would probably be at least 5 years, 10 years if it is a smaller tree that gets planted to begin with.
Okay. All right. And the reason why I asked, because if you look at the previous slide that just shows the that blank wall is a really harsh condition.
Right.
So being able to mask that, because you have a nice plaza there, it's beautiful, and you can, standing next to a blank hard wall, would not add to that. So I just, the only concern I raise is making sure that that wall has something that supports that plaza. A 5-year time period is, it takes a while for it to mature, and perhaps one solution, you've done some beautiful public artwork on the 79th Street side. I believe that's not 79th. I forget the North-South Street next to Caremu. But if you can have some type of maybe artwork or something in the interim, just to soften that wall until those trees mature, I think that would be a really good solution if you're open to that. Yeah. And Madam Chair, I would just like to say that this project is a good project. You all know what Caremu means to this city and the community. And they've done a very tasteful job with taking a building that basically has a lot of straight lines and making additions. And, I've always believed that glass is a very wise choice when you're doing additions to buildings because it blends with pretty much anything. And I think it's very tasteful what they've done with the building. And I think it's going to add a lot of value to Caremu and encourage more people to come. And I actually really think the signage that's being added makes you kind of feel like you're coming to an actual theater. So I think that the recommendations that I've seen are very, very tasteful. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Is there someone here from the local design review committee that can present the committee report?
Madam Chair, I don't think there's anyone here from the committee. This went to the East Design Review Committee on May 26th. It was approved with a couple of conditions: that the color of the bollard match the dark bronze of the building, that they return with signage, including consideration of the Caremu House history, matching the shape of the totem sign, triangular, I'm not sure what that means, and that they consider a sculpture or an art piece for the base of the totem sign. And they also asked for consideration about furniture for the future proposed plaza or patio. I would also like to note that I got an email this morning from Councilman Griffin, and he enthusiastically supports the project.
Madam Chair, we have Mr. Harrison with his hand raised.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Harrison. We'll open the floor for the commission.
Okay, thank you. I'll just go from the comments of the design review back. I think a work of art and sculpture would be really beautiful on that plaza, but I strongly disagree with making the totem a work of sculpture, because that should reflect the architectural nature of the building itself. It's in effect an extension of the building and should be in the starkly modernist style that the rest of the building is. So please do not take that consideration just without knowing that I think that would be a mistake. Now, I have a question for the architect, please. So in this rendering on the upper left, you'll note that your setback over the entrance, the clerestory portion at the top, interrupts that sort of rhythmic of portals on the west facade of the right-hand building. Do you follow?
No, I'm sorry. Say that one more time so I can make sure I understand what you mean. Say it one time.
All right. So if we focus on the entry, the upper portion, in effect, the clerestory portion at the back behind the the Arena Theater sign, interrupts that group, that rhythmic group of portals on the right-hand side. Do you see what I mean?
Yes, and actually we looked at that, and it does cover up one of the portals, as I recall. Yes, I think it does.
Yeah, it looks like it covers up two of them, but you're saying it only covers one?
I believe it covers the one. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, I think it covers the one to the furthest north of it, of the portal. The other one, the lower canopy. I don't remember what that does. It may cover two in the two that are in the vestibule, and we were looking to.
Well, my question is, do you think you could find a solution that would not cover the exterior ones? In other words, push that back slightly so that you could leave that, because that is such a distinctive architectural element to the facade of this building that I would really hate to see it covered up.
We would not be able to get the ADA 7-foot. We couldn't push it back without getting the ADA 7-foot clearance inside the vestibule.
I see. And is there some sort of solution that would make it visible inside? Is it visible inside?
It could be. Right now it's the glass block. We could leave it glass block inside the vestibule.
Well, I leave it to you to try to figure that out, just because I just want to point it out that that's such a very important, modernist decorative element. And its rhythm is there for a purpose. And I think, if there's any way you might be able to recover it, that would be great. Otherwise, I think your design is really super, and I applaud you. And I have one other question. If you eventually build the deck to the west, will you move the ramp, or will you still leave it in place on that eastern side?
We would leave it on the east side, and the reason is that we want to be able to close the ramp off, and we close the deck off at some point when it's not used, and that would mean that the ramp would be closed, and of course we can't close the ramp. So actually it works better on the east side.
I tend to agree. I think your design is really super, keeping it low like that. It's also easier to manage and to use. And so all in all, I think you've really handled this really well. So thank you very much, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Are there other questions or comments from the commission?
Madam Chair, we have Adrian Bailey.
Go ahead, Ms. Bailey.
Don't forget to unmute. There you go.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm back to the architect, Ms. Madison. The ballot, well, I have one question for the landscape. What material is the ballot? Yeah.
It is it's like an iron. It's a metal bollard, yes.
It's metal, okay. Where are you putting the elevation from the parking lot as well as what we're looking at now? Is the brick or anything going to be done, any cleaning to the existing building, or are you just focusing on the new entry?
We are going to be having it clean. It is an alternate because of the dollars that we have, but we do have something for cleaning the building. Hopefully we'll be able to take that alternate.
Okay. Also, the lower walls for the ramps, for nighttime purpose, are you gonna be having any lighting, in those walls, for guidance?
Mhm. We have lights on the canopy, and we're having a light study done to make sure that those lights will be able to spill over into and light that area.
Mhm.
So we're looking at that, and also what's there for street lighting. But like we did for the other project, we actually did a study for the lighting to make sure that the ramps and the stairs were lit appropriately. Well, in the parking lot's a little different. We didn't have the street lights, but here we're going to make sure that the ramp is lit well enough that you can see.
Lastly, and understand this is not part of the project, but I'm just curious. Is there anything gonna be done with the artwork with Route D as part of this project or not?
That is also going to an alternate we're looking at another type. We're trying to get a hold of the original artist and still use his artwork, but put it on a different medium that can be similar to what, like the LeBron James, type of canvas, so that it won't do what it's doing now. So I'm looking at a different type of medium, but those dollars are not in this. It'll be an alternate or balance for a later time.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, and I agree. The medium needs to look at, because that artwork wasn't up there for a long time. So that's good that you're having it as an alternate. All right, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Madam Chair, we have no other hands raised at this point.
Okay. Well, I think I personally think it's a great project. I think, the persistence of having the overall master plan and, continuing to work on each piece, but maintaining as much of alignment with the original architecture, I think is great. I agree with the other comments about the pylon sign and its, shape, and that it should relate to the building. I'm assuming that when we say you're returning for signage, you would return with that pylon also, since that is a signage element, base and mesh, or are you looking for
Yeah.
approval of the pylon also?
No. We have to go back to design review for the pylon. So we're not looking for approval. I think they took a conceptual approval, and that we have to come back with the design. So I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. They wanted more sculptural, and you wanted to be more traditional. I mean, so it's sort of like a conflict. I have to find something in the middle. I want to make sure that when I go back, we go back, and if it's not what they want, because they wanted something very modern, very, sculptural is what I heard from them.
Madam Chair, we have Mr. Harrison with his hand raised, and Mr. Collier. Sorry to interrupt.
That's okay. Go ahead, Mr. Harrison.
What you have drawn is very modern. It is, in my opinion, you have done it perfectly. And in fact, I wouldn't change one aspect of it. It matches the building. It's very much in keeping with the international style modernism of that building. And I really think that no one should fiddle with it any further. Absolutely put sculpture somewhere on that plaza, but let sculpture be sculpture and not have it be supporting a sign.
Yes.
Or signage, or in an art installation, as Mr. Collier had mentioned, on that blank wall may be appropriate, and then the opportunity for something more sculptural or, an art installation versus using the sign as that piece of art.
Right.
Absolutely. And in fact, something sculptural on a building of that period, a wall sculpture, is much more appropriate than, say, a mural would be. So if it could be three-dimensional, I think that would be terrific. And it's also impermanent. It's, you know, it's not going to affect that beautiful expanse of brick. So.
Yes, and Madam Chairwoman and commission members, I totally concur. I think that you do not want to overdo this. With respect to that pylon sign with the brick base and the way it's treated, it is very crisp and it goes with the building. I think if you start trying to do too much, you start to muddy the waters. And I do definitely agree. You know, perhaps a sculpture element on that wall, you know, that's more permanent. Maybe you don't go with, you know, trees that mature as much as what you have in the illustration, but definitely plant trees. But I think, you know, having something on that wall may be your solution, but that's not a mandate, but that's just a recommendation for the wall. But I would strongly suggest, and this doesn't happen for me often, but I like totally disagree with Design Review's recommendation about that sign. I think that Mr. Harrison's comments are right on point with that signage. I think you've done it just right.
And I think just to note is that, oh, somebody has two mics. Okay, one thing to note is the design review committees are advisory to the commission. So ultimately, yeah, we appreciate and take into consideration all their feedback. But I think in this one, I think, yeah, we collectively support what you currently have. and
Madam
explore
Chair.
Other options. Yes,
Excuse me, Madam Chair. We have Mr. Strickland with his hand raised.
go ahead, Mr. Strickland.
Don't forget to unmute.
All right, I was going to make the same point to try to provide some specific guidance to the architectural team in that the design review committee is advisory to Landmarks, but it's Landmarks' ultimate decision in terms of approval of your project. So hopefully that provides sufficient clarification to guide you with regard to that pylon.
Thank you. It does. I mean, we agree with you. That's why we designed it that way. And I think some of our schemes show artwork on that wall that you're talking about. When we had the deck, we had artwork on that wall, and I think those two could actually work well together. I think it should be separate. So we agree with you, but you know, we were just hearing conflicting things, and we were like, oh boy, how are we going to, you know? So thank you for clarifying that.
Madam Chair, no other hands raised at this point.
Okay. Well, then I would ask for someone to put forward a motion.
Chairwoman, I would like to put forth a motion to approve the renderings for the Caramu House expansion project.
For the landscaping ramps only.
Yes, I could definitely modify my motion to include the landscaping and the ramp elements.
And excuse me, we also have Adrienne Bailey just raised her hand.
I second the motion.
Excellent. We have a motion. We have a second. Any further discussion? I did hear a few conditions between the local committee and our comments. So I'll just read the ones that I noted on that. Mr. Collier, if you can confirm if these are correct with your motion. The conditions for approval were returning for all signage, including the pylon, matching the bollard color to bronze of the building, or matching the bollard color to the bronze of the building, consideration for furniture in the plaza, and consideration for art on the brick wall adjacent to the plaza.
Yes, those are all ancillary and fine.
Any further discussion? Mr. Pettit, would you take an announcer?
Please unmute your microphones.
Yeah, I have a comment. The bollard, could we go, before we vote on the motion, can we go to that slide where the bollard is? I just have a question about the color matching the building.
It's the last slide.
The last slide?
Mm-hmm.
If you have is these the bollards right here?
Yeah, that's the ballards, but there's an actual photo of them, actual cut sheet.
Yep, uh-huh.
Want to see the cut sheet? But that's the ballards, there's a cut sheet that shows it a little bit better.
Yeah, I'm just questioning, the bollards just matching, it has to have some, we don't want everything looking the same, gonna have to have some form of accent color so it can be seen easily through the eyes as we walk. I mean, I understand the concept of trying to match with the brick color, but also at the same time, you want to also look at some form of accent to guide, you know, through the space. So in other words, if all the colors is looking the same, you don't want to be running into it. So that's the only question I have about the bollard color matching the building. I like the color right there as it is, but maybe that could be studied before, you know, try to match the building color or the brick.
I can make a, Commissioner Member Bailey and Madam Chairwoman, if I can make a point of clarification. I believe that it was stated that the bollards would match the bronze finish.
Oh, okay.
My understanding of the bronze finish would be sort of the newer elements to the building so that those bollards would pick that up and carry that out into the plaza. That's my understanding.
Okay, well, that's much better. Matching the bronze trims that you see. So that's even much better because I thought the comment was matching the red brick color. But yeah, that's much better. Matching the black, the color, you know, the trims of the building. And yeah.
Madam Chair, we also have Mr. Harrison with his hand raised.
Mr. Harrison?
I think alternatively, I haven't run into many bollards myself because I didn't see them. I think maybe even a bright, shiny, polished steel, you know, that would match the limestone color might be helpful too. I just think that the architect should look at ways in which to make that the most effective and not so much necessarily worry about the aesthetics of it, because I think the whole point of having them there is to be effective.
Yeah, I mean, the color right there looks more of a gray and steel color. So look at that and study it. So, because I'm okay with the metal gray color as well, what Mr. Harrison said.
Okay.
After you study it, we just submit the final color to staff.
Director Collier would like to speak again.
I actually was going to suggest that. So I do want to say that the motion that I made hasn't changed with that clarification. So the motion that was put on the table is still consistent. I did have one last question, not to prolong this. With respect to the sidewalks, because the sidewalks condition in that area, that is very important that happens and that's improved. And I just want to go on record saying that the illustrations show those improvements and the infrastructure is really important with respect to making this site really look the way it should. So I just want to go on record saying that, but my motion has not changed as a result of the dialogue. Thank you.
Madam Chair, we also have John Rakoskis raised his hand. Did you need to speak, sir?
No, I'm sorry. I'm waiting for another item and I just hit that by mistake.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for the clarification, Mr. Collier. Do you have enough feedback on the bollards, Ms. Madison?
No, I just wanted to get a clarification on the sidewalk improvement. So you're suggesting that we add that to our, right now, I think we had when we had the deck, we were gonna replace it because we were probably gonna be tearing up a lot of it, but now that we're not doing the deck, because we wouldn't be tearing up much of the sidewalk, I agree it needs to be done. It's not in the budget right now. It's something we want to see if we can get that in as an alternate or something, or how would you want to do?
No, understood. I'm sure that is not necessarily in the budget, but I think that's something that we need to pursue, given the investment that you're making. And that may need to be a conversation, with us at the city, et cetera. But these small things, it's not even the small things, these things are relevant to really making the site what it can truly be. And I think the infrastructure, not that you need to do that now, but that's something that we need to pursue.
I agree with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Then I will ask Mr. Pettit if you could please call roll and announce the results.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Ms. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Colicchia,
Yes.
Director Collier,
Yes.
Mr. Dryer,
Yes.
Mr. Harrison,
Yes.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Mr. Tarasik,
Yes.
Ms. Trott.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes unanimously.
Excellent. Well, thank you for your presentation. We look forward to seeing this continue to move forward.
Thank you.
We're going to second case, which is located at 10703 Grantwood Avenue, the proposed demolition of a house on that site. I made the recommendation after a conversation with Mr. Pettit. I think it would be helpful if we hear all three cases that are next on our agenda, or which is 10703 Grantwood, 10834 Grantwood, and 10924 Grantwood. We will vote independently on each one, but I think the bigger picture would be helpful, I know, for myself. So we'd like to call the applicant forward. As a reminder, please use the raise hand function so you can be unmuted and state your name for our record. And then the host will control your slides, so let him know when you'd like him to advance.
Hi, my name is Wu Jun. I'm from the City Demolition Bureau. So the first project that's up for review is 10703 Grantwood. So it looked like this is the Grantwood Landmark District allotment that we have. Next slide. So, this is just the overhead view and a closer view. Next slide. This is the exterior slide. More exterior pictures. Next slide. It's the garage. Next slide. Some neighboring properties. Next slide. A property across the street. Next slide. These are some of the pictures inside. Next slide. It's more of the same. Maurice, if you could just slowly go through them, every couple of seconds or so.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, not too fast, please.
And that's it for 10703 Grantwood. Next is 10834 Grantwood. We'll just again go through some of the pictures. Next slide, please. exterior. Next slide. More exterior. These are the neighboring structures. Next slide. Across the street. And again, if you could just slowly go through the pictures of the interior photos. With respect to 10834, we've gotten recent complaints from a neighbor, so this is why we're here. The next one is the 10924, and this is the exterior of the structure. The porch has collapsed. Next slide. More exterior pictures. Next slide, please. Neighboring structures. Lots. Next slide. Across the street. And again, if you could go slowly through the pictures of the interior photos, please. This particular address was at the request of Councilman Conwell.
Do we have additional history on each building?
Well, we have a little bit. We did conduct a site visit to all three properties in September of last year. Maurice, if you could just go slowly through the slides, there aren't too many. The first one, I believe, was built in 1905. We don't have a lot of history on it. It's seriously overgrown with vegetation. Some of us were able to get inside this house, so we have a couple of interior views, just showing the conditions last fall. We did talk to the neighbor on the site. There were concerns about people, entering the building, that it wasn't completely secured. 10834, we know it's built in 1912. The architect was J.M. Matchett. Again, we only have exterior photos, but you can see the serious deterioration of the porch and some issues at the back of the house. I think it's worth noting that, a lot of the neighboring houses are in generally good condition and well taken care of. 10924 was built in 1908. Again, it was the same architect. It has a lot of similarities to the previous house. Again, the major issue here is the condition of the front porch and the rear porch. And we weren't able to get inside this one. I would reiterate what Mr. John said earlier, that we have received a lot of complaints from the neighbors on these three houses. We've also gotten complaints from the councilman. This did go to the Design Review Committee back in December. Maurice, can you move to that slide?
I'm sorry, which slide?
The Design Review Committee report. It should be the next one. Yeah.
Okay.
The committee reviewed all three in December and voted to disapprove the demolitions. Their comments were that demolition is not recommended for any of these properties, but they would like to see them stabilized, especially the front and back porches at 10924 Grantwood, stabilizing porches, recommending that to the councilman, and that all three properties be secured to prevent access and additional damage and decay. Unfortunately, members of the Famicos Foundation sit on that committee, and they made it clear to us that Famicos is not willing to take on any of these properties. We were hoping that they could. They do that in a lot of areas in the East Boulevard neighborhood and Wade Park, but unfortunately, they're not willing to take on these properties at this time.
Is there anyone here from the councilman's office to speak on behalf of these? Or from the public neighborhood area?
Madam Chair, we have no one with their hands raised.
Anyone from the Restoration Society? Okay, well then we move on and open.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, we have a Rob Norton with raising his hand.
Go ahead, Mr. Norton.
You need to unmute yourself, sir.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rob Norton with the Local Design Review Committee for the Grantwood Estates. Just to add to what Mr. Pettit conveyed about our review of these properties, despite the obvious distress for these properties as well as many others in the East Boulevard, Magnolia, Wade Park, and Grantwood Estates historic districts, our committee tends not to look favorably on any demolitions of historic properties. As described by some of our members, there are plenty of missing teeth, if you will, on streets like Grantwood, and the prospects of any replacement construction, at least at this point in time, has not been very likely in these historic districts as compared to the restorations that fortunately Famicos Foundation has been very successful with in the past and continue to. Although, as Mr. Pettit indicated, Famicos was not ready to take on these properties at this point in time. But as I recall from our meetings and property reviews, property visits, if they were in a position to do it, they certainly thought there was enough there for them to take on that type of project, those types of projects, if they were better situated for doing it at this time.
Thank you for that feedback. We'll open the floor for the commission then. Questions or comments from the commission?
Mr. Harrison has his hand raised.
Go ahead, Mr. Harrison.
Thank you. I participated in the site visit and I saw all three of these properties. And my question really is one to my colleagues on the commission, including Director Collier, about, which is better, retaining these houses for future development, if possible, but given, the state of at least two of them, they are beginning to present a security risk, health and security risk, but also, even if we just stop the demolition process, they will continue to demolish themselves. So which is better, having them at least maintain the street in order to maintain the streetscape and not have missing teeth, like Mr. Norton said, or having a cleared parcel there. So I think, it's a conundrum. I mean, all of you know how I never want to tear anything down. So I'm just asking this question really to find out from my colleagues what they think.
Madam Chair, we have Ms. Bailey with her hand raised.
Go ahead, Ms. Bailey.
This is a question to Mr. Norton. It sounds like you were saying at this time, the Mickles Foundation not ready to take on these 3 properties, but they may later. The question for you is, has it came in a conversation that maybe the Miko might can stabilize the building, to keep it from deteriorating, mothball it or whatever?
There haven't been any additional conversations, at least none that I've been involved with the Micos. Clearly, they already have a long list of properties that they are actively working on, as well as those that might be in a mothballed state for them to begin working on once circumstances permit them to do so. Mr. Harrison's comments, I appreciate. We did discuss a little bit of his thoughts reviewing the properties, and as a design review committee, we certainly would appreciate any guidance or experiences from Landmarks in terms of what direction do you go in these situations. I'm sure our 3 districts are not the only ones faced with these decisions. So whatever input any of you may have on helping us in making the decision on these properties, as well as likely several more that are going to come up for review in the near future. What is the thought of Landmarks in terms of that conundrum as Mr. Harrison describes?
Madam Chair, we have a few people that would like to speak. Director Collier, and we also have Ray Tarasuk and also Bob Strickland. So Mr. Collier, go ahead.
A couple of things. And the tragic part about this is not new. And this is something that we've been discussing for a number of years. How we put this value on historic preservation, but we don't put the resources behind it. So you have these assets that exist in neighborhoods that we don't mothball, we don't stabilize, and therefore they deteriorate. They have all the in the world, but it gets to a point where the conditions are so bad and you have to tear it down. Proactive approach that we have to begin to take from a city perspective with making sure we protect these assets, and first that they're identified on every street, particularly within our historic districts, that has to happen. With respect to this particular case, though, the question that I have is that, we're doing a lot of work in the Glenville neighborhood with the Transformation Initiative. Now, I know this area may fall, we're talking about Grantwood, outside of our footprint in Circle North, Mr. Norton. But some of the programs that Economic Development Department has put forth as part of that initiative, I'm wondering if we cannot explore how we can fold some of these properties in, given they're in a historic district. Which historic district does this fall into, by the way? Is it East Boulevard? Which one is it?
Grantwood Estates.
Grantwood. I'm just wondering, just proximity wise, because it's in the footprint of Glenville, can we start to explore a little bit about how we can potentially stabilize these homes? Has there been a lot of complaints by neighbors with respect to the safety of this, Mr. Norton?
I believe the council has received several complaints. I could not give you a number on that, but yes, he has received complaints over the last several years.
Assessment been done of these properties to see if they're salvageable at all?
To my knowledge, only the extent of our committee's site visits, the input from the Famicos Foundation members on the committee. And as I recall, the indication was these properties are not in any worse condition than several other properties that have not been approved for demolition in our 3 historic districts.
Okay, now also let me ask this question. With respect to Famicos, has there been any attempt to secure the properties? Are they just open?
I believe they are still open, awaiting whatever decision is made as to the future for the properties.
I would suggest, and I apologize for not having a more definitive answer. If we were to table this in an effort to identify if in fact we can get resources to stabilize these properties, because Famicos has done a phenomenal investment in some of the properties in the neighborhood and putting, ultimately, that's what anybody would want to see. I would want to see somebody, be able to purchase these homes once they're restored and they can be marketed. There needs to be some time to really dig deep and explore this. This is my first time of really seeing this because it's on the agenda. With respect to building and how, who do we have? Wu. Can you kind of tell us building and housing's perspective on the conditions of this as far as us kind of having a little bit more time?
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm okay with holding off on doing anything. And if you guys need us to remediate the porches, I believe we have the ability to do that. With respect to the 934 or 924 property, we can take care of the porch, I believe.
Right. And the condition of the street, Grant Wood, outside of these properties, Mr. Norton, from a neighborhood resident perspective, how would you say the conditions of Grant Wood is through the lens of the neighborhood as a street?
I can't really speak for the residents on Grant Wood Street. As Mr. Pettit indicated, the majority of the houses on the rest of the street are well maintained, at least to the extent the residents have resources to do so on these historic properties. As we've discussed before, once you start talking resources, that goes into a whole nother conversation. But as a whole, the one resident we spoke to on the site visit to the 10703 property, which I'll also just comment is in the best condition of these 3. The woman indicated she had been living in the home right next door for over 10 years. She felt it was a neighborhood that she wanted to be in, had no intention of leaving, has a very well-maintained property. And I would venture to guess anyone, not just on Grant Wood, but anywhere in our 3 historic districts, they've made the decisions. They're settling in for the long haul, and that's why they make the investments in those properties. Even in the case with the woman we spoke with next door to 10703 Grant Wood, that house was empty when she moved in. So certainly probably in better condition 10 plus years ago. But she made that decision to invest despite indications of the demise of some of the neighboring properties. So I think the street's pretty well maintained. I don't know of any flood of residents trying to leave, but that's a whole nother discussion. But we just hate to see where you have residents that have settled in, they're going to continue investing in their properties, just to have to, see one destroyed if there are other options for saving the properties.
And Madam Chairwoman, have we gotten any, and Mr. Pettit, have we gotten any indication from the council person at all about their, the speed or any desire by them to want to get these properties down as soon as possible? Is that type of pressure there? Because I would strongly suggest that we explore these a little bit deeper, particularly because if Grantwood is a street that is relatively intact with respect to the historic properties, and you have 3 that has some potential or could possibly be resourced, then we should probably take advantage of that. If this neighborhood or this street was just blown out, I probably wouldn't even be having a conversation. But again, if you can identify, a few anomalies that can be saved, that can help to continue to keep the street stabilized, I think that's worth the time.
Madam Chair, we have Ray Tarasik speaking next.
Go ahead, Mr. Tarasik.
Yes, I think I'd like to start by echoing the comments Mr. Harrison made earlier about demolition, and I think this commission's really taking great pains towards exploring every option before recommending demolition of any properties. And I also agree with his comment that, and I'll use this phrase loosely, mothballing such properties just for the sake of mothballing them and not demolishing them will serve to have them demolish themselves. I think that was very, very well put. I agree with Mr. Collier with respect to exploring every single opportunity that there may be available before those decisions are made. If there remains, if the properties remain salvageable to some extent, and there are avenues that have not yet been explored or even potentially could be explored to save these properties and keep the landscape intact for the neighborhood, I would fully support that. I would, however, also explore at the same time, because it seems like these are issues that are more immediate. The securing of the properties, both from a safety standpoint of individuals coming in and out of them, as well as from a safety standpoint of I'm not certain as to how structurally safe they may be outside of the porches that we had talked about. So I believe the building had indicated that there may be something to do to at least take care of that situation. But it seems to me that if there's anything that we can do immediately to secure the properties and ensure the safety of the neighborhood and ensure the safety of anybody who may be around those properties, and then continue to explore if there may be some other opportunities and available to us to save these before an ultimate decision is made to destroy these particular properties. So I would agree with Director Collier in tabling this particular matter at the moment until all of those opportunities and avenues are explored.
Madam Chair, we have Bob Strickland next, and then Adrian Bailey.
Go ahead,
Right.
Mr. Strickland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, it's funny, I'm writing down a few comments here, and the director used the word tragic. That was exactly the word that I was going to use, that every time we see a situation like this, and it's far too frequent, I consider it a tragedy. And I think that this situation, we're going to continue to confront these types of situations unless we do something more on a proactive basis rather than continuing to be reactive every time we face one of these tragedies. So I understand certainly that there's limited resources, but I would propose that Landmarks formulate an action item so that we can take a more proactive, long-term perspective to try to avoid these types of tragedies. And one thing that I would propose would be that Landmarks work with Building and Housing to specifically look at the resources that it takes to demolish properties like this. I believe demolitions of this nature are budgeted around $10,000 a piece. I would propose that we work with Building and Housing to formulate a procedure where we assess these properties that are in jeopardy and try to establish what it would cost to stabilize them as opposed to demolish them, and have that part of a consistent process that's implemented as properties of this nature are evaluated. And as a further initiative, I would propose that we try to identify properties that might fall into jeopardy earlier so that it would be less expensive to stabilize and try to save them. And I think that one way that we could effectively do that is develop a process with the county so that we could identify when properties go into a delinquent tax situation and have a specific process working with the county to identify specific, especially historic homes within a historic district, to flag property delinquencies and try to be more proactive in working with the property owners to have them remediate violations quicker so that we have less incidents of these kinds of tragedies. I know that Landmarks had limited resources in terms of staff and time, but I think it would be time well spent to carve out time to work on that type of initiative.
Madam Chair, we have Ms. Bailey, then Mr. Pettit, and then Ms. Anderson.
Could we go to the house where the porch is in extremely bad condition? I want to see that. And this is a question for Building and Housing.
Is this the one you wanted, Adrian?
Yeah, I have one that shows the full view of it. Yeah. Oh, okay.
This one?
It's two of them that has the porch just like that? Or, yeah, like, this is a question to Mr. Wolf from Building and Housing. You mentioned earlier, if we table this and not vote on it, you made a comment about demolishing the porches. So can you explain exactly what you're going to do? My question is, some of these items being saved if it, in the future could kind of be rebuilt, almost look the same how it looked, like some of the commons look bad, or the stones that's holding them up. So that's a question for Building and Housing.
So generally, because these are not owned by the city, Building and Housing has limited capacity. They can only abate public nuisance. So we are only able to either demolish or abate the public nuisance. In cases of a porch collapse, we could demolish the porch. And with respect to saving any of the existing features of the porch, the demolition company would have first rights at those. So it's nothing that we could do to save those materials.
Can I make a suggestion to Madam, the Chairwoman, to the commission members? Obviously some of these houses have conditions that are like pretty bad. Like you look at like the roof on the porch. I don't know if Building and Housing can do, maybe partial demolitions, or when we talk about like these porch elements, because those are most egregious on these properties, removing, certain threatening elements and stabilizing the property, whether it's, board up or whatever the case may be. Because I'm wondering if you are able to take away certain portions of the property, could it make it easier for a developer interest to come in and, take it from there. It's, if I'm coming in as a developer and I have to deal with the mitigation of the deterioration, that affects my project costs. But if the effects of that deterioration are removed, prior to me coming in and considering doing something with a property, does it make it more palatable for me as a developer interest? That's just a thought. But because I know that the conditions of these properties, if I'm living next door and I'm seeing this every day, my perspective is much different than what we're talking about right now. I'm tired of looking at that, and that's the calls that we get. So I understand that. But I just, I see where we got to deal with this on a level somehow. And the suggestion that was made by one of the commission members was I think very interesting, and I think it's something, Don, that we definitely should explore with respect to how demo dollars are being utilized. Could you put more resources or match those demo dollars for stabilization of certain properties to make the prospect of saving them much more palatable? So this is a complex issue, because we have to look at it from both the resident perspective, if you're living next door seeing this, but also looking at the longer term potential of what can be saved or what parts can be saved that can help bring value back to the neighborhood. So that's the conundrum. And someone used the word conundrum, and it is in many ways. But we have to determine on these 3 houses, is it worth that time? Do these, they can last, while we explore these possibilities. So that's a very hard choice. It's not just bad house to tear it down. And it's definitely not just a situation where it's, we need to preserve it and let's go. We need to figure this out. And this is not an easy situation.
Madam Chair, we have Mr. Pettit next, and then we have Michelle Anderson after that. Mr. Pettit?
Thank you. I just wanted to address a couple of issues. I completely agree with Mr. Strickland's comments about trading demolition dollars for more proactive, stabilization and mothballing dollars. We do have a recent precedent. The Cleveland Restoration Society has been working with Director Donald in the building department to stabilize a couple of houses on East 46th Street, the Doll Mays houses. They're individually designated. They're very significant, and the Building and Housing worked out a way that the porches could be removed to stabilize the houses because the porches are in serious state of collapse. That's happened. It's part of a continuing process that's going on with that house now to find other solutions for restoring it. But I just wonder if we couldn't use that as a model on some of these houses on Grantwood. In terms of the councilman, I haven't talked to him lately. I was hoping he'd be here today. But my understanding is his real concern right now is with the house at 10924 Grantwood, which is the one with the worst porch condition. But I don't know. I think I should have another discussion with him. I'd like to know if removing the porch and securing the house is a good interim solution for him. But I agree. We need to look at the bigger picture solutions for all the houses like this in this district and in others.
Madam Chair, we have Michelle Anderson next, and then Mr. Marin has his hand raised after that. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Anderson. Don't forget to unmute yourself.
Thank you. I was at the site visit last September and the interior of 2 of the houses, but we got into 10703 Grantwood, and it looked very salvageable to me. was not, I don't think it was structurally compromised. You know, there wasn't a ton of water damage. Definitely looks like a salvageable house. I wanted to bring up that a number of local neighborhood nonprofit development groups have acquired properties like this from the land bank, and you know, they no longer have the capacity to do the renovation. I can see where a group like Bamiko's does not have the capacity to renovate all the houses. What the neighborhood groups would do is they would identify you know, reputable rehabbers and reputable developers and sell the houses to them for $5,000. I don't know if that's something that, you know, could be utilized here. I think it's something to look into. And I like Ms. Bailey's suggestion of trying to store and maintain the historic elements of the port, as opposed to letting the demolition contractors take it all as salvage. It's part of the historic character of the neighborhood, and I think it should be maintained somehow.
Madam Chair, we have Mr. Marin had his hand raised. Mr. Marin, did you want to comment?
Yes, I know I'm not part of this commission. I'm here for a later project. But if I could just weigh in, because in my younger days, this is how I got started, buying homes that were in very poor conditions, renovating them, and then leasing them out. An interesting article that I read, maybe a week ago, is that Cleveland, in Northeast Ohio, is one of the best viewed areas for flippers, if you know what I mean by not the shoes, but taking houses and renovating them and flipping them, is one of the best areas in the country right now, better than major metropolitan areas, because you can see a higher return for that. So if a program could be set up on something like this, and the city has done a great job, for example, on the tax abatement program to induce developers to do things. If somebody could set up a way that there's a fund starter or something where you take any one of these houses, say with the bad porch, and let's say you allocate, I don't know, $20,000, and you fix up the porch, put a new roof on, and you replace any of the windows that need it, so that A, it looks better for the neighborhood and the residents, and B, then some marketing data be put together, like the rents for this area, and a program where and market it to even out of town developers that says, look, you can get a great return. We'll give you the house for $1 or something. And this is a good project for you, and see if you can set up a program, and you identify your best houses, obviously first to market, and put a whole marketing package together through. That's my suggestion. I'll stop.
Madam, let me raise my hand.
Go ahead, Mr. Collier.
So one, I want to thank Mr. Mayor for that. I was typing in the chat box, we need a end-to-end strategy, and one that you could market that, you know, takes into account the front end identification and assessment, the bringing together of all of the parties, the marketing component, and also maybe even including some financial institutions or interests in that conversation. Because if you can develop a solid program, then you have something tangible. It's not one-off advocacy about individual properties. It's more to say, these are the universe of properties that are out there, and how can you bring these properties back to market with a solid end-to-end strategy? And I think really that's what's needed. And I was thinking, you know, maybe there is somehow a working established. Now, our community development department is working on a 10-year housing plan. And maybe perhaps as part of that, we can kind of put that strategy in that, bake that in there with respect to the 10-year housing plan for the strategic preservation of historic properties in the city, and recommend an actual program so that that can become part of a civic strategy. So I totally agree with Mr. Maron's comments, and really that's what's been needed, for some time. But I think now's the time, given the climate that we're in, and everyone's kind of gearing up. We're going to be updating our comp plan next year. So there's a lot of timing issues that can make this something that people will now start to pay attention to. So I just wanted to throw that out there. And I know we have a decision to make today, but I think, as we consider this, there are obviously what Mr. Pettit brought up, some models that may, yield some, tangible benefit with respect to maybe one or a couple of these properties. Maybe one has to go, maybe a part of one has to go. So our decision today on these properties may not be just demolish or tear down. It may be a combination motion that's put on the table, Madam Chairwoman.
Madam Chair, we have Adrian Bailey wanted to add a comment. You're muted, Adrian.
Motion put on the table already, because I was going to make a motion.
We have no motion yet. Mr. Harrison wanted to also speak and I think sum up and potentially make a motion. Mr. Harrison?
Hi, yes, I just wanted to thank my colleagues for speaking out about this. I've been inspired, particularly by Mr. Strickland's very succinct call to action, and I think that this is exactly what we needed to do, which was to discuss this problem that this, as I think I put this conundrum. But we have to actually do something, and so I really appreciate Director Collier's involvement in really stating what the process should be, and calling for a working group. I think that is a terrific idea, and I think that that should definitely involve members of this commission too. I'm sure you mean for that to be. And I just wanted to add that, looking through these, I was on that site visit with Commissioner Anderson and others, and particularly these two houses by Matjet are really fantastic designs, and all that's really marring them are these unfortunate porches that need to be stabilized. And as Commissioner Bailey said, just put the 3 columns inside and board up the rest, until someone is ready to take on some of the solutions that hopefully we can put our minds to and find for a neighborhood like this. When you walk this street, there is so much activity and life there, and I just can't imagine taking any of it away, even warts and all like this. So I'm ready to vote to deny this demolition today, and I hope my colleagues will join me in doing so.
Madam Chair, I would like to remind everybody that when you're done speaking, please lower your hand. Otherwise, I can't tell who just raised their hand in order to speak and who had just left their hand up previously. So I've got somebody raising their hand. I'm not sure who it is. Is it Ms. Anderson?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I really appreciate Director Collier's comments regarding an end-to-end solution for these properties. And I just want to say that it's much more environmentally friendly to maintain these properties, renovate them, as opposed to tearing them down, putting all the debris in a landfill, and then 5-8 years later building something new.
And Madam Chair, I have no other hands raised.
All right. Well, that was very active conversation, I think. Okay. That was one reason why I felt Mr. Pettit and I agreed that all three of these should be presented together, because I think we have to, sometimes we get focused in on a property or a proposal and not the bigger picture. And I think this is really an opportunity that if, as Mr. Collier suggested, that we can explore alternate, funding mechanisms and or can market these as a grouping for redevelopment versus a one-off, that there's a better opportunity for keeping these houses and achieving what the neighborhood wants, which is removing the eyesore. So I think I've heard loud and clear that I think there is the lack of support of these proposals. So I would ask someone if they'd like to put forward a motion on the first project, because we do have to vote on these three separately, with any conditions that you would like to attach to it.
Okay, I'll start off with the motion for 10703 Grantwood, the table, but for building a house and to work with the staff of Landmark, if it gets to the point that I'm not sure this is the house. I can't see the photograph, but if it's not the house with the porch, then I just want to table it. Is this the one with the house, the porch? Okay, yes. Building a house and work with the Landmark staff. If it has to get to the point that it has to be demolished, that some of the items on there can be saved, especially the stones that we built the same condition. But I agree with everyone and hopefully looking at exploring other opportunities. So if it can get some solution right away on those portions, that's great. If not, building a house and work with staff on how, to demolish it and serve those items. So that's the motion for 10703.
Ms. Bailey, can you clarify, please? We're looking at one house, and I believe you're making a motion on the first house.
Yeah,
I want to make sure we're clear.
It's just I'm going in order that it was presented in 10703. Okay. Well, then that was the wrong comment, but that's the same comment on the other two houses. So for 10703, table it, is my motion for this until resources is determined how to resolve this. That's my motion for that one.
So we have a motion on the table to table this project. We do need approval from the owner. Mr. Wu, are you acting on behalf of the owner, I guess, in this respect, since the demolition will be done by the building department?
No, we are not acting on behalf of the owner. We're acting as the building and housing has nuisance abatements. All right, so that's what we're doing. This property is condemned, and because of the nuisance, we have the ability to demolish to abate the nuisance, but we're not acting on behalf of the owner.
Okay.
Okay, so just to clarify, Mr. Pettit, can we just move forward with tabling it, or do we need any approval?
My understanding is Mr. Wu John is the applicant here, and as long as we have the approval of the applicant to table, we can do that.
No problem with tabling.
Okay, excellent. So we have a motion. Do we have a second? Do we have a second to table this?
Madam Chair, we have Mr. Harrison with his hand raised.
Well, I was going to second it, but I think Ms. Anderson seconded it before I did.
Okay, so we have a motion. We have a second. Any further discussions on the 10703 Grantwood project? No? Mr. Pettit, please call roll and announce the decision.
Ms. Anderson?
Yes.
Ms. Bailey?
Yes.
Mr. Colicchio?
Yes.
Mr. Collier,
Yes.
Mr. Dryer,
Yes.
Mr. Harrison,
Yes.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Mr. Tarasik,
Yes.
Ms. Trot.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay,
Somebody like to put forward a motion on 10834 Grantwood?
I'll do that. I was gonna go back to my original comments I was making. The motion is to table this, depending on the resources to get the portions, at least stabilized. If that can happen in a matter of fashion, that building and housing work with the staff when they start demolishing this to preserve the columns and the stones and the railings until it can get rebuilt in the future. So that's my motion.
Madam Chair, we have Mr. Harrison.
So I have a question. If we're tabling this, wouldn't they still have to come back for demolition approval? I don't want to table this and leave it up to another body or other people to decide to demolish this.
Well, let me correct that then. At this point, I'm gonna revise my motion that we tabling is no motion, no demolition or anything that's gonna occur. That all the discussions on trying to find immediate resources to stabilize the building, the homes, as well as the push. That's my motion. So we're sending the demolition part out of it.
So your motion is to table the project until they come back with a presentation and new proposal. So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Before I second, I do want to caution one thing, okay? Because you have those porches, and when you look at these images, these porches are in terrible, terrible shape. And I think it's okay to table. And when we say explore resources, I think there's aspects of these properties that need to be dealt with immediately. And I think that's really where the concern comes in, right? So if you look at the Grantwood property, which to me, and just visually looking, is probably one of the more stable properties, for lack of a better word. I know that there was whole windows missing, but those need to be boarded up. But that previous property with all the vines on it, I could see that being, us tabling that and trying to, kind of figure out sort of what the appropriate approach for that is. But this third one that we're about to see where the porches literally look like it's been burnt, that's a condition that can't just sit, that has to be addressed in short order. So I don't know how we would manifest that into a motion, but there's certain aspects, and Wu, you can jump in if you want to kind of help me out with this, but there's certain aspects of the conditions of these property that are, literally threatening and are tremendous blight on the neighborhood.
Yes, the building and housing will be able to demolish the porches upon at the request of this committee.
So are we recommending to amend the motion to be approval of demolition of the nuances or the nuisance of the front porches only, and or back porches that were mentioned, and no other demolition is approved at this time?
Chair. Madam Chair, Madam Chair, we also have Mr. Strickland with his hand raised.
Thank you, thank you, Madam Chair. I did want to try to provide some nuance to this motion. And I would propose that the motion be that we deny the applicant's request for demolition. The motion also includes approval for selective demolition of the front porches or any back porches, any any parts of the facility that are in an unstable condition. Also providing an attempt to salvage any historically significant items that are part of the demolition of the structure.
Madam Chair, we have Adrian Bailey wishing to speak. Adrian,
Freddie, I'm sorry, Mr. Collier, do you want to speak next since you were overlapping Mr. Strickland?
I think what Mr. Strickland is proposing, I think is fair. I know it might sound like an oxymoron, but it's not. So it's denying the demolition at this time and approving the, if I'm hearing this correctly, the nuisance elements of the property with the goal of stabilizing the remainder of the property. Am I correct in what you're saying? Okay, all right.
Yeah, I phrased it as approving selective demolition of the unstable elements of the structure.
And Don, I think if we do this, and I know this is a kind of unprecedented to a degree, we need to start to have the dialogue about these particular properties after these porches come off, et cetera, and then have the discussion with the Restoration Society and others. Like, when you have a shell like this, how do you get this in front of individuals and individual groups that can start to see how you can begin to bring some of these properties back? I mean, these could potentially be case studies, I guess, for lack of a better word, or become case studies.
Ms. Bailey, did you want to amend your motion?
Yes. Okay, I'm going to rescind the last motion. Before I do that, the question for Mr. Wood of Building and Housing, based on the revised motion, if you demolish certain things that's like this, the porch is in bad condition, we know it has to go. Are you in a position at also to board up windows and things like that, or you just only strictly do demolition?
Building and Housing will board up, open on the first level. That's open to casual entry. We generally don't board up the second level.
Okay.
Our open things in the first level, we can board it up.
Okay, so you can't board up anything on the first floor around the whole entire home, not just the porch. Okay. All right. We're sitting in the original, the other motion, and Mr. Strickland helped me with what you said, but the new motion is to deny the demolition of the entire home and come in and demolish areas that's in extreme insecure, dangerous level that has to go, and also to board up any openings or anything around the first floor as mentioned by Mr. Rule. Is that strict, Mr. Strickland, is that what you basically were saying?
Yes.
Okay.
And as a further clarification, since Mr. Young had indicated that the Building and Housing would board up the first floor, I know that the boarding up process in some communities has evolved so that it's not plywood being used, but it's plexiglass. In many cases, the plexiglass can be painted to mimic the existing windows. I wondered if Building and Housing is implemented that strategy at all.
So we're just using plywood, but we paint it gray so that everybody will know, or the city will know that the city did it if there's any discrepancy with billing. So we paint it gray.
Understood. Thank you.
And also, I want to add into the motion, any items that's going to be demolished due to stabilization of the like the columns or the stones that may be used later to save those. I'm adding that in the motion. You might have to put it inside the house that was discussed. I don't know how you're gonna do it, but that's part of the motion.
Madam Chair, we also have Mr. Pettit with his hand raised.
Go ahead, Mr. Pettit.
Thank you. Mr. Pettit is extremely confused right now.
This is why Mr. Harrison never makes a motion.
First of all, I want to point out we have a motion on the table the project at 10834, and I guess I would ask Ms. Bailey to remove that motion from the table if we can do that.
Yes. Are you talking the original one that I mentioned?
Yes.
Yeah, I did mention that earlier to rescind that.
Thank you. So we have a motion.
Yeah.
We have a motion by Ms. Bailey to deny the demolition per Mr. Strickland's comments, to approve selective demolition of the front porches, rear porches, unstable elements, attempt to salvage items and preserve them. And I believe that is the motion on the table, and I don't think we have a second yet.
We do not. So do we have a second on the motion?
I'll second it.
Second by Mr. Harrison. Any further discussion? Or are we thoroughly confused?
Madam Chair, no more hands raised.
All right, Mr. Pettit, could you please call roll and announce the results?
Thank you. I just reiterate that this is a motion to deny the demolition, but to approve selective demolition of certain items and their preservation. Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Ms. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Colicchia,
Yes.
Director Collier,
Yes.
Mr. Dryer,
Yes.
Mr. Harrison,
Yes.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Mr. Tarasik,
Yes.
Ms. Trott.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay. So,
We still have one other item to vote on.
right, we'll move on to the 10834. No, I'm sorry, 10924.
I'll make a motion on that. It's the same exact motion as 10834, denying the demolition. And I mean, yes. Okay, wait. Yes, denying the entire home being demolished and put in selective demolition of areas that needs it, and also preserving material that can be saved, and also boarding up the first floor of all the openings.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion, we have a second. The only comment that I would have is, Mr. Rowling, could you put the image of that house on the screen so we're all make sure we are aware?
Which one are we looking at?
This one.
That's it.
Okay, so that's the 109.
You can see the address right on the front.
So we have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? Mr. Pettit, could you please call roll and announce the results?
Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Ms. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Colicchia,
Yes.
Director Collier,
Yes.
Mr. Dryer, I believe Mr. Dryer had to leave the meeting. Mr. Harrison,
Yes.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Mr. Tarasik,
Yes.
Ms. Trot.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Excellent. Okay, so
Thank you, everyone.
thank you. So that concludes our certificate of appropriateness. We'll now move on to our concept plan approvals. Just a reminder, these are for feedback only. We will not be voting on these two cases. We will start with the first case located at 2814 Detroit Avenue, renovation of Cohatch, Ohio City mixed-use development.
Madam Chair, we have David Bowen.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
So with us today, we have John Watkins with Cohatch. He's going to speak a little bit about Cohatch because I think it's important since they're up front in the PRO. And then also Timothy Lai, who's the architect on the project. So John, are you on?
Yes, I'm on.
Go ahead, John.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for this opportunity to being part of the community. What we thought we'd do is just share a little bit about what Cohatch is. Some of you may already be a little bit familiar with us. Some of you may not. And because what we do is so tied to architecture and the building, we just thought it would be good to hear a little bit of the why behind the what. And so, just please. And Tim and Eliza, our architects, will then walk you through the detailed concept plan. The slide you see on the screen right now is one of our facilities. It's actually a 100-plus-year-old hardware store that before it was the hardware store, it was the theater in Worthington, Ohio. It was vacant for 20, 30 years, full of trash when we first leased that and turned that into co-working space. If you could go to the next slide, please. I think what's important to know about us is that we really see ourselves in the business of community building. We just happen to use co-working as a way to do that. We're very purpose-driven. We're very committed to building stronger communities, stronger families, enhancing the lives of individuals and using our business to do that, and engaging individuals, families, and communities, and working together and integrating work, life, play as we do that. And one of our strategies that we use in accomplishing our business model is taking over either underutilized or non-utilized buildings in communities of 30 to 70,000 people in neighborhoods and where we can on the Main and Main. So similar to a Detroit and 28 type location, and taking those buildings and breathing new life through great design and good investment to revitalize not only the building and repurpose the building and give it new life, but also what we're seeing in the 6 locations that we have open today, that it also is catalytic in terms of taking the community to the next level. And whether they're already strong and we just take them to a higher level of excellence, or like in the case of Springfield, there are 8 140-year-old building that had been abandoned, and which Springfield sold to us for $1, has now revitalized downtown development for residential. And because of our project being there, developers are coming in and buying old historic buildings that have been vacant and derelict and turning them into housing that people are actually moving downtown Springfield, and then seeing the subsequent effect of businesses following the residents as they come in. So we really see ourselves as building community, using our investment and design strategy to achieve that, and really being a town hall, a community center, and an amenity for the community. And if you could just go, I think it's 2 or 3 more slides down, please. Next slide, next slide. Yeah, in addition to the co-working, we also bring other amenities that we provide to our members outside of the exact facility, and whether it's promoting health and wellness, it's having an Airstream that we've renovated and is able to go around and do different things, and our members are able to use this for different types of events and projects, or vacation homes that we have in other parts of the city, where our members can use these vacation homes in other cities that this can embrace to take their families and friends and enjoy on vacation that they may not have been able to do otherwise. Are all things that we seek to add to really address the whole individual of family, health and wellness, career, etc. So I'll just stop there. That's who we are, what we do, and if there's no alternative.
We have no hands raised at this point, Madam Chair.
Is there someone here to speak
you
on
there?
behalf of design?
You need to unmute yourself. I'll do it for you. There you go. Tim?
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Tim Lai, and my partner Eliza Host right here next to me. If you can go the slide to go down a few to the actual building location. Yes, okay. So our building on Detroit Avenue in Ohio City is basically the at the intersection on the northwest intersection of Detroit Avenue and West 28th Street. And the building itself is a kind of like an L-shaped building right now, with the parking lot at the corner. The L-shaped buildings is actually consists of 2 parts, 2 parts of the building that was connected, but it was built at different time. The original building was built in 1915, which is a single-story building, about 50 feet wide by 160 feet long, basically spanning between Detroit and Fremont Avenue. And then the addition was built in the 50s. I believe it was 1952. It was a 2-story addition to the northeast kind of corner of our site, of our lot. And the whole building is right now is originally, we don't know what it originally it was for, but from the county auditor record, the earliest record, it was shown as a print shop until I believe 1970. I think 1970 is they have the record show as a print shop, and then in 2003 or so, it becomes the previous use, which is the Bounds nightclub, which is a local kind of LGBT venue for a lot of folks in the neighborhood. And it was going on for about 10 years or so. The building has been empty since 2013. And so now we are obviously trying to create a new use to utilize the building. So if you go to the next slide, you will see the existing condition of building. So the building itself is fairly utilitarian in characters. As you can see, the single-story block basically have no window except the storefront facing Detroit, whereas the two-story block at the back has window facing kind of the northeast, to the freeway and to West 28th Street. And we have a parking lot currently that was not in very good shape, as you can imagine, with a metal fence 6 foot high that is not very friendly. There's barely any landscaping or anything like that around that. So in a way, it doesn't really contribute a lot to that busy intersection in that location. So our proposal, so John talked a little bit about Cohatch as a co-work space. Cohatch as a co-work space concept, it's a very down to earth, kind of casual and friendly and community friendly organization. And the way that we renovate, old building, historic building, we kind of use the same mentality that we want to basically do the least amount of work, but in a respectful and a tasteful manner. So there are primarily, I would say, maybe 3 to 4 kind of big items that we can talk about. What are we actually doing for this particular building, for this particular site? The first major piece is the parking lot reconfiguration with landscape improvement and green space improvement. So if you go to the next slide, let's see if we can see that. So these are some of the existing picture, obviously of the front and then inside the space. So go to the next one. Let's see what the next one is. These are some of the development and building around our site. So you can see there are quite a bit of taller building all around us. So we can keep going to the next one. Okay, so this is more like a site plan in a more local sense. If you go to the next one, let's see if we can see a site actually in lot 7. Yeah, right there. So so one of the thing that we have talked to different group in the neighborhoods with the city and try to listen to them about what their concern is, about this particular location. One of the feedback that we got was that the current curb cut, the existing curb cut, which is to the south of our site, directly going to Detroit Avenue. And the way the Detroit Avenue right now is being configured and designed from a planning standpoint, it's not really safe to have that curb cut going into our parking, partly because it's basically right next to the intersection. So it's really difficult and dangerous to try to maneuver in and out of that parking lot, where it is. So the first thing that we want to do is we want to relocate a curb cut onto West 28th Street. Even though it's still a busy street, it's not as big and busy as Detroit, and it alleviates some of the safety concern that the neighbor has. So as you can see, we have a new curb cut on 28th. Now, obviously, the efficiency of the parking lot is going to be a little bit. So we have fewer than before the current parking lot. But what we gain is that we want to enhance the corner. We want to activate, the street. And one way that we want to do that is to really create a much more kind of lush landscape buffer around the parking facing Detroit and 28th Street. As you can see, the way that the existing curb cut would turn into basically a kind of pedestrian-only entry, but because of the way that the car has to maneuver out, we were able to create a a wider kind of landscape buffer on Detroit. And with the additional space, we were basically adding two benches that for the pedestrian on the street that they can utilize. You can see on both sides there. And then from a landscape concept standpoint, we want to keep it fairly simple. So there would basically be a kind of a tall grass type of ground cover along the whole strip, almost like a C, like a J shape, if you will. And then we'll have shaded trees. We have about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 shaded trees around that whole buffer. And on top of that, the parking service of the parking lot, we want to replace the asphalt paving, and we replace it with a unit paver that is permeable, so it's more environmentally friendly to take care of the runoff better. And also, we envision the parking lot would be, closed off, on weekends or certain time for public events, community events, or it might be a flea market or something like that in a warmer weather. So it's a multi-use kind of space that we envision in the parking lot. So we want to kind of make it nicer. At the end of the parking lot, obviously you can see we have the bike rack parking there. Currently, there's 0 bike rack in the space. So we propose to have at least, I believe, 6 of them along the north side of that. And then there's a patio at the corner on the north side as well. It's about 1,000 square feet that would be separated with the parking lot with a planter. But then the paving material would basically carry on through just to keep it kind of simple. The other thing that we want to propose is somewhat outside of our property line, actually, but I think it would be helpful and would enhance the streetscape is on the south side outside the main entrance, number 1. We want to propose a few street trees with cover along the sidewalk. The sidewalk is quite wide, so we thought that it would be nice to kind of create that head-in parking, the buffer between the parking and the actual sidewalks. So that's what you see in this site plan here. So that's kind of the first components of what we propose from a site plan standpoint. The second components would be, we need more natural light into the space. We talk a little bit about, Cohatch co-working space. The way that we're going to organize the space, if you go to the next slide, maybe we can kind of look at that a little bit better, hopefully. So this is a fairly conceptual kind of interior floor plan of the first floor. So what you see is that the co-working space actually going to be in the 1-story bar on the lower part of the drawing, which is really the west side of the site. And then there would be a restaurant space that would be a fast casual, family friendly type of restaurant space that's going to occupy the upper left hand corner of that space. So needless to say, we want to have more naturalized and storefront to make the space more conducive to the new use. So, so if you go to the next slide real quick, you'll see, obviously we also have the upper floor of the second story that would also be part of the co-working offices. And we'll talk about this a little bit about the egress there. That would be the third components that I want to talk about. But basically, there is a fire egress requirement that we will need to satisfy to provide a stairs, a second stairs to get out of this from the second floor. So we'll talk about the stair in a second, but let's talk about the window openings first, because those are more straightforward. So yeah, this is a good slide to stop. So as you can see, the only existing opening is primarily on Detroit Avenue with the storefront and the door, as well as on the east and north side of the 2-story building. with those windows over there. And we thought that we would need more windows for the space inside. So the first thing is that we want to create a entrance for the restaurant that would be also convenient for the pedestrian as well as the business. So we create a new entrance at the corner of the 2-story block, basically facing 28 as the we basically take over the existing garage door opening and then make it to a storefront and an entry door. From there, we want to open 2 more openings on that first floor to bring more light and have to create a connection to the inside of the restaurant. So you see 2 more kind of garage door opening next to it. And those openings was mostly determined by some of the existing window opening that's already there, but it was blocked in right now. So we want to reopen some of those things. And then from there, we use the same proportion to create 3 windows on the second floor facing the parking lot and those so that they can all line up with what's below, and horizontally it line up with the other window on the east side. So they are kind of basically a consistent opening for that side. And then you move along to the lower block of the building facing east. We create 2 more kind of garage door type opening into the co-work space that also connect to the patio. So the patio space actually is situated in between the restaurant and the co-work space that can have a kind of flexible use, meaning that perhaps during the day, the restaurant, may not be as, in the morning, especially, maybe not as busy. And so the patio space can be used by the co-work space members. And then in the evening, when the co-work space is, there's not many people there, the restaurant will use it. So it's a kind of a stack, use to maximize the usage of that. Those are 2 garage door opening with the awning to give them a little bit more protection. Obviously, with a kind of more industrial look of the awning, pretty simple. And then from there, going back to south would have small kind of punch window opening because inside is mostly small offices, private offices. Then those small opening would be suitable for that use. And as you wrap around the Detroit Avenue and we have some comment about that storefront, we were trying to obviously the storefront currently is not original. It's a very darkly tinted glass window on that side, and we thought that we want to make it a little bit better. We want to make sure the glass is not heavily tinted, so people can see inside if possible. We're looking at some historic photos of the area to see if there's other way that we can make that windows, the new window, more appropriate to that. There's some comment about that maybe we can find some. We can't find an actual historic photo of this. There are in the area that we reference to. So those are the window opening. If you go to the next one, let's see what you have the next one. So this is a street view, kind of a perspective view, showing what it looks like at that street intersection there. So what you also see here is, you see kind of the shaded trees idea. We also have a circular kind of signage for the address for the building and then fence, the landscape fence here that has a little kind of like a S shape shape in plan. So that's kind of the okay. So before we move on before we talk about the stairs, the signage. I want to talk about signage a little bit real quick. So the signage, we are proposing 3 signage for the co-hatch space. one on Detroit Avenue above the door. Basically, they would be basically a dimensional sign, 1-inch thick, but it would be actually externally lit by some kind of a gooseneck, probably. There will be another blaze sign at the corner that would be for the pedestrian walking by, and they're fairly small. I can't remember exactly what the size is, but they are circular sign, have a wooden texture to it. Also, it's going to be externally lit with a small kind of fixture to light it. The last one that you'll see is on the parking lot side, on the east side. That sign actually is actually going to be painted on the brick directly. Also going to be lit from the outside from a gooseneck fixture. And then the last one, it would be a restaurant sign that would be on the fire escape egress stairs over there, demarcating where the restaurant is going to be, the entry of the restaurant. So that's all the signage. So let's talk about the stair real quick, because the stair is probably one of the things that is actually added onto the building in a very visible way. I'm not sure we have able to. So I sent on a additional sheet of the stair that we developed a little bit more. I know that Dawn had some comment earlier about the about the stair, the detail of it. I don't know if we have we can share that.
Tim, I don't know if I got that. Is it something you could share, or can he share it with us from where he is?
Yeah, is it a way that I can share my screen?
Yeah.
Or if you can speak to it. As far as the materials, I mean, the visuals are pretty good with this graphic.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Let's see if I can do that. Yeah, there's another slide.
And Tim, I just want to mention there was a fire escape there originally, and there's remnants of the fire escape that are there underneath that door. So it actually terminates on the second floor in the same spot as the historic fire escape.
Yes, that's true. So let's see.
Be mindful of time as well, please.
Yes, definitely. So is there a way that I can share my screen?
Madam Chair?
Is it ask to control?
Madam Chair?
Mr. Collier?
Yes, if I can make a suggestion, and I don't know what the committee feels, but with respect to the necessity of sharing screens and changing, if we're talking about the stairwell where the restaurant signage is affixed to the stairwell, I believe where the stairwell is oriented is very evident from the graphic. If you can speak to the materiality, I think that would be enough. I don't know how the other commission members feel, but for me, that will probably be enough.
Okay, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. So let's talk about the stair real quick, because we have some question when we were presenting this to the design review board at Ohio City. So as you can look at the stair, it's not the most kind of straightforward stairs that you would normally see for a egress stairs, and there's a reason for that. We actually take a little bit of time to figure out what's the best way to configure that stairs to make sure it works. So first of all, the stair has the starting point, which is the upstairs door that come out inside, and then there's the end point, which is going out to the street as an egress stairs. So for us, the door coming out from upstairs needs to be kind of close enough to the street, because the other stairs at the back on the other corner of the space. So there's a certain distance that we need to maintain between the two stairs. So that's where the stair is when it starts in the middle of the second floor. As it comes down, the distance between the second floor and the ground levels is almost 14 feet. So that dictates how many steps and how many tracks that we need to do that, to bring the the user down to the street. The last thing is the direction of the travel when it exit. So that's why the shape of stairs actually there are actually three flights that it go kind of back and forth and then eventually go out that way. It also take into consideration of the storefront that we don't want to block as much as possible. So we have a limited space to operate between the windows, basically, where the stair is. And so at the end, this is what you see. Now, we did exaggerate the landing where the restaurant sign is. And the reason for that is because, again, we want to create a space for the restaurant to be able to actually have the signage on it. So we kind of exaggerate that landing that go all the way basically to the end of the building. The other thing I want to mention is that the material, I think, David mentioned that earlier. We have existing fire escape there right now. Obviously, it's not too cold. It's not safe to use. It's all rusted. But we kind of took that in some ways as inspiration to say, hey, the rusted metal actually it seems quite appropriate to the brick wall and the texture and the historic nature of the industrial quality of the building. So we use a material called Corten. I don't know if you guys heard about it. It has been used quite extensively in recent years. But basically, the structure would be made of this Corten steel that would rust, but the rust would stop and it would actually protect the steel from further rusting. It was originally used for bridges and big structure like that on the outside. But one of the comment that we had is that the railing or the guardrail for the railing for the stair is too solid. So if you can see, actually the latest kind of design of that is that the solid piece that you see on the stairs railing is actually going to be perforated Corten, so you can actually see through it. And so it kind of lighten up the structure and show the stair and the structure a little bit better. So that's what that's the stairs that I want to kind of mention. So those are the kind of the three main things that we are proposing for this building.
Madam Chair, Director Collier has his hand raised.
Sorry, I was having difficulty with my mute.
All right. So there's a couple of things I want to emphasize about this project. One, great reuse for this building, and the use is very appropriate for what's taking place in the surrounding neighborhood. I do want to highlight a couple of things with respect to the pedestrian realm and how the parking lot was treated, particularly with respect to the entrances off of Detroit, the benches, and also the corner signage element. That corner is where Detroit kind of opens up. So that's a very strategically placed sign, and I think that's a very good location, that 2814 Detroit Avenue signage. The other piece is that the additions were done in a way that were nice accessories for the building. Doesn't overpower it, given that this is one of the few one-story structures in this zone because everything is going vertical. And then the other thing I do want to highlight that is not necessarily associated with this project in particular, but 28th Street in this section is the worst with respect to traffic and curb cuts. The introduction of the curb cut off 28, I think, does help with the Detroit side. Does, however, add to the 28th Street, curb cuts, because you have a lot of pedestrians going to and from the corner, the supermarket. You have Lakeview Estates down there. But I think it's not going to be overly intrusive because I think the damage has been done on 28 with respect to the curb cuts on that short stretch. But I just want to say overall, this project is a really good addition to the neighborhood, a good adaptive reuse. There was obviously a lot of attention paid to the structure itself and being conservative. about how they dealt with the modernizing, for lack of a better word, the building. So, Madam Chair, I just want to say this is a very good project, and I think a very necessary one at this time, and I think it's going to be a good addition to this particular district. Thanks.
Madam Chair, we have Donna Gerganis from Ohio City.
Go ahead, Donna. I was going to ask for local design review feedback.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So yes, I know everyone's excited about this project. From the local design review committee last week, a lot of, let's see, the biggest conversation was surrounding these stairs on the exterior of the building. There was just requested that there be more details on it. And also there were a lot of questions about fencing and landscaping that we know the design team is working through. So just wanted to make sure we brought that up. And then they mentioned that they would be working with the storefront renovation program. So we did not discuss signage at all, really. So that would be something else that we would have to develop as well. But yes, the stairs were most of the questions that were asked, and people were concerned being used as a fire escape as well. So those are the main comments. Thank you.
Madam Chair, we have Matt Moss from the city planner from this neighborhood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make a few comments. Director Collier really primed much of the conversation from the planning perspective. I will say briefly that we had a few meetings in partnership with Ohio City Incorporated and the development team about what our planning goals are, specifically the pedestrian retail overlay, and just what has been developing in this part of Detroit and what our plans are for the future of Detroit. As you can see from this site, and even just from this rendering here that's shown on the screen, Detroit really opens up and widens between West 28th and West 29th Street. And given all the development, all the redevelopment, specifically the surface lots in the area, we've been having conversations with the community, the Development Corporation, and the councilman about how we can better utilize this space for people. The space is really consumed with a lot of angled on-street parking, which really dedicates a lot of that space to the personal vehicle. And so because there's lots of development going on with on the surface lots of more housing, more retail, but also more internal car parking, starting to look at how we can reimagine this space and give it more to pedestrians and other road users. So in conversation with the developer, we did ultimately recommend that the curb cut be placed off of 28th rather than Detroit. This also complies with the PRO, but understanding that there's a trade-off as there always is with accommodating vehicles in terms of walkability and the impact on the pedestrian realm. I think this is definitely not an indictment of the project and the development team. They've been a great partner in developing this site and understanding what our goals are. But I just want to point out for the benefit of the commission that despite all the development that's going on here and despite the really awesome pedestrian and bicycle connectivity we have here with the Lakefront Bikeway, with the bike infrastructure on Detroit and the transit infrastructure on Detroit and 25th, it's still a challenge to figure out how to accommodate personal vehicles and pedestrians, and there's always a trade-off involved. So just a reminder that we still have a lot of work to do in terms of how we adapt to and accommodate different modes of getting around the city in this neighborhood. So just wanted to mention that that's still an ongoing concern as we plan for the development of this area.
Madam Chair, we have Mr. Harrison with a comment.
Hi, thank you. The architects, are you planning to paint that area of the one-story building that fronts on Detroit Street, that dark gray black?
Yes, that's the plan. Currently, that part of the building is already painted on with a maroon purple color right now. So we want to obviously put a fresh coat of paint on it that would be the charcoal gray that you see on the screen. There are some conversation that we have, and I don't know if that's something that we would need approval, but something along the line with maybe some mural on that wall that's facing the parking lot that would have some kind of geometrical patterns on it, potentially.
Okay, well, if I may, historic buildings of that period were not painted black traditionally, so I think that is problematic. And I think that you ought to rethink that. I know that it's already been painted, but the sins of the past, you have an opportunity to correct in that situation. My other comment would be the windows that you proposed for the two-story building in the rear. Most of the windows that we see in Ohio City do not have transom-like windows at the bottom. They're at the top. And so I think that those windows seem like fingernails on a chalkboard to me. They really should be flipped so that the transom windows are at the top, not the bottom. And you might consider in a window that's so horizontal like that, choosing a different way to go, which is the Chicago style that we do have precedents in Cleveland, which is a larger panel in the mirror in the middle with two smaller panels on the side. So I think if I were advising you, I would like to suggest that you rethink the color of the front facade of the first story building and rethink the pattern of the windows in the back.
Madam Chair, we have Adrian Bailey.
I just have two comment on the view that we're looking right now. Continue the conversation with Mr. Harris said on the window. The top where the door is any way that the line of the window somehow can match, or just study that, because the door height, I know probably is 7 foot, but I'm just looking at the awkwardness of the line of the window, the transom that Mr. Harrison put is not lining up with that. My other comment is I need to understand when you come down the stairs from that door halfway to where the sign is, the restaurant, how far from the face of that sign to the landing? I mean, I can't tell. I'm assuming there's enough spacing where that landing is. Am I going to be looking at the top of the sign is right there? Or I'm not understanding how that's functioning. When you get to the bottom of that landing, when you leave from the second floor, how is it reacting to that signage on the side over there? Or is that a extending landing on top of the signage? Explain that. In other words, you're not going to have people sitting up there, standing up there. So yeah, explain how that's working.
Can I respond?
Yeah.
So to answer the question, so the landing of the first landing from the second floor, that is about 9 foot. Actually about 9.5 foot, I would say. So that you have plenty of space between that and the ground. And that's another reason why we designed that way, to have enough room for that entry for the restaurant. The other question about the window, just want to point out that the window that you see on the 2-story section, right here on the east elevation here, those are existing windows. We are not touching them. We are basically leave them the way they are right now as it is. And the new window that we're proposing on the south side is strictly trying to match that. So it,
Okay. Then I will withdraw that comment. So there is an example of it, and that's perfectly fine. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So that's existing. That's fine.
Anyone else with their hands raised?
I was sorry about that. I keep turning off the microphone. Maurice, can you go back to that other perspective? The first one yeah. So, could you explain again what you were saying about that landing and where so it's on the side of that sign. There's enough spacing when you come down there. I'm not worried about the code. I'm just wondering how far from the face of the sign to the face of the staircase. are they connected or are they close to each other? That's what I'm trying to say. Is it a space between the sign and the landing or the staircase? I wish we could have a plan view of that, but do you understand what I'm saying? When the landing comes down, it looks like you're landing on top of the sign in this view. That's why I'm questioning this. Or it's the face of the landing. I wish I could point. Is on the side of the restaurant sign. It looks like here, it looks like you're landing on top of the sign. So I know it's true. But I just need to know, when you come down to the landing, is the structure of that end landing, is it facing or connected on the side of the signage?
Yeah,
Or if there's a gap between the landing and the signage?
Yeah, so the signage is actually mounted on the outside of the railing, so it does not interfere with any circulation whatsoever. So the signage is actually mounting on the vertical face of the railing outside, or for that landing basically. So it's facing out. It does not, no, I mean, you can't touch that. You can't, you're not gonna run into it, let's just say.
Madam Chair, we have Mr. Watkins has his hand raised.
Mr. Watkins?
I was just going to respond in the same way that Tim did. So I withdraw my raised hand.
Madam Chair, we have no one else with their hands raised.
Well, I will then give my feedback. I mean, I think I'll echo what Mr. Collier said. I think this is a great reuse for this project. I like how you maintain the majority of the facility and just on improvements where they are needed on all the blank walls, especially to give it some life. My only real comments would be that I do not support a painted sign on the unpainted brick. I would support a more attached sign to the building versus painted, because right now, that brick seems to be in fairly good condition. I'm looking at the project on Google Earth. I also would just ask you to think about your signage and who you're trying to appeal to, because right now you have 3 signs. And I wonder if you could consolidate them to 2, like the 2, for example, the 2 on the south face. Because majority of the traffic is going east-west on Detroit. So that sign is in essence capturing a lot of more your eastbound traffic that's coming down Detroit, and also can achieve what you want, is to make it more pedestrian friendly also. Right now, just because you have such an expansive view of the building from the intersection, I think 3 signs is, I wouldn't recommend 3 signs. I would look at 2 so that it doesn't become so cluttered. It looks like the windows in the painted brick area, are you reestablishing openings that were there in Google Earth? It looks like there may have been existing openings there, but I can't quite for sure tell.
For the smaller punch window, we are still finalizing the actual location of them in response to either the existing condition and the interior use of the space. But they're fairly small, so they're going to be some opening that's brand new that would not be there before.
Looking on Google Earth, it looks like there are 2 bricked-in openings on the east side of what you're painting gray. So I think I would support the reestablishment of the existing openings and using that as your precedent height across the rest of that east elevation. So you're working with the reestablishing what was already existing. I can't tell sill heights and so forth because of the fence. So I would explore that in your final proposal and help us understand that more.
Okay.
When you come back. But overall, I think this is a a great reuse here, and I think it's a great addition to the neighborhood. Oh, one last thing related to the stairs, and I think where Miss Bailey was going. You know, I would just explore how you treat the lower run of the stairs, knowing that you really want this to be an egress only. Could you maybe enclose more of that lowest level where it hits the ground? So it basically could then, the canopy over the door / landing could fold down and hit grade and give you a little bit more security to that stair, so people aren't going up it and standing on the landing on top of the sign, you know, from the neighborhood in off hours and so forth. So I think that's just something to explore, how you treat the lowest run of that stair, so that it can enhance the design and not become a nuance, because it is a required element. Comments?
I want to just respond to that real quick. I don't think that we can fold any of the stair up and down for any egress stairs that would comply with the current building code.
No, sorry, maybe I stated it in an awkward way. I would look at maybe enclosing it with your core 10, so it takes, you know, the element like you've used for the handrail of the canopy, maybe use that around the lower landing, so that it, from appearance, it will look like that solid element folds, you know, down.
Oh, I see. I see.
So it give you the security element, bring a little bit more focus to the sign also. Something to explore as you finalize the design of that element. And last thing, just looking at the building on Google Earth, the brick is beautiful on the south side of that building. So really respecting that, and you know, whatever paint color you do pick, making sure that that doesn't get washed out, because it's, you know, one of those beautiful details that is lost in a lot of our masonry work.
Yeah, that's pretty.
In that photograph, but on Google Earth, it's, you know, there's a lot of just beautiful details in there. So just respecting that, I think is, you know, a great addition to the whole project.
Madam Chair, Mr. Collier has his hand raised.
Yeah, I just do want to emphasize, regardless of whatever color on that brick front that you use, you definitely have to have some contrast. I think I like the contrast between the difference in the color on that front building. It's just the rear kind of I like what I see. I know that there was concerns about that being I think it was referenced as being black. You know, but I think having that contrast really gives the building some balance, because I noticed you have the awnings there on the rear. And with respect to signage, when you have these linear buildings and you have these different parts with different things going on inside, it's important that you can anchor yourself from the outside, that you know what part of the building is functioning as what. So I think the discussion around the 2 versus 3 signs, you know, you could go either way. I like the 3 signs. And the reason why, Madam Chair, is because when you think about what's going on around this building, you're going to be seeing this building from every angle. If I'm in an apartment looking down on this thing, because you're going to have a lot of vertical construction, you know, people are going to be viewing it from that angle. You're going to have your pedestrians, and you're going to have people who are, parking or looking across from it. So you almost have to hit every exposed part of this building with some level of identifier, in my opinion. But I just want to say, whatever color you decide to go with, just make sure it contrasts. That's very important. And it should not be similar to the rest of the building. I think that, you know, front element having its own distinct color, I think is really important. And I noticed that that color of that front facade picks up on those awnings. And I think that's an important feature.
Madam Chair, we have Mr. Harrison.
Yes, well, with all due respect, everyone's opinion is important, but we are a landmarks commission, and the most historic architectural feature of this building is that front facade. So the color that you painted must be compatible with other historic structures that are in this neighborhood. Otherwise, I can't support this project, and I want to support it. But it can't just be any color that's pretty. It has to be a color that's appropriate to that building. That's the most important architectural feature of this entire building. So it has to be taken into consideration.
Madam Chairwoman, I'm not disagreeing per se. All I'm saying is that whatever color is picked, it needs to be one that has contrast with the building to show that difference in front facade and the remainder of the building. That's my thoughts.
I would agree. And I think, this is a great illustration that you want to have enough contrast that they looks appropriate and not like a mess between the two colors that's currently there now. Questions or comments? I'm sorry. Any questions or comments?
Madam Chair, we have no one else with hand raised.
Well, since this is a concept review, do you feel that you've gotten enough feedback on this project?
Madam Chair, we have Mr. Watkins.
Yes, Mr. Watkins.
Mr. You are mute. Oh. Go ahead.
So I'd like to thank everybody again for the opportunity to present. Thank you for the feedback. I think we understand it. It's very clear, and we will take it all into consideration and come back next time with that feedback taken into account.
Excellent. Well, we look forward to seeing you return.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
We'll then move on to our final concept plan review, which is located at Tremont Oaks on West 14th Street, the new construction of an 8-unit apartment building. Once again, this is for concept plan review only and comment, not a vote.
Madam Chair, we have Rick Marin.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone, and thank you for reviewing this. I don't know if I should be introducing myself, but I'll give you a very quick history of me, and then I'm Rick Marin, started MRN 40 years ago, and we've only worked in Cleveland. We've developed everything from East 4th Street to the National City Bank building, which is now the Holiday Inn Express and PNC. We've done Uptown on Euclid Avenue, both sides of the street there with the new construction there. We also did Tudor Arms on the corner of Mayfield and Martin Luther King, that renovation. We've also done West United Bank building, caddy corner from the West Side Market and that block. And that's about it. And about a little over a year ago, I retired from MRN and transferred all the assets to my sons, Ari and Jordan. So they have now been operating MRN. And at that time, I wanted to do some innovative housing project that I thought was needed for society. And that led to the Micros project. The one question I have for this committee is, I know a lot of people have seen the concept of the Micros on the interior. I know this committee is mostly interested in the exterior. So my question is, do you want me to review the concept of the interior or just skip that?
If you could just give us an overview of what's going on in the interior so that it gives us some context to the exterior, that's always helpful.
Okay, then why don't you go to the last two slides? Start with that one. Okay. This looks like 4 apartments, but it's really just one. And the concept is that there's different situations within that one apartment. The idea of the apartment is I've developed a lot of housing, and what I've learned is what has been the most popular, rented the first, are the small units that are the cheapest. And typically those are like maybe 500-600 square feet. They have a kitchen, and now I'm exaggerating here, but somebody will then put the bed in the living room right next to the kitchen, and there's no storage space. That's not true, but I'm minimalizing it. So the concept here is to come up with, and also the idea being that theoretically in 2050, 70% of the population was supposed to be living in metro areas. In metro areas, there's a different there's many different lifestyles. This particular model is to address single and couple lifestyles, and they're 460 square feet. And the idea is you can move in with a suitcase, and that's all you need. So if you look at the green unit, that's, let's say you're working, you come home from work, you would enter from the top, and that whole unit is totally open with a large picture window at the opposite end. So you could walk into the unit, sit down on the couch, which is at the front. You have a window to your right, large window, and the TV is mounted on the wall opposite. So you can watch TV. And the whole thing has cabinetry, floor to ceiling, on both sides, all the way across. And there's a ton of storage all along. So if you go to the next slide, I'm going to have you jog back and forth between the two slides. If the green ones in the upper left-hand corner are the views of the units as you are looking at them, as if you walked in initially from the first. Okay, now if you go back to the previous slide, the next one to the right, let's say now you're done watching the news and you want to cook. There's a desk there in the green one on the right-hand side. That desk is remotely controlled and it raises and lowers. So in this case, you would raise it up because it's now an island for the kitchen. It has the same countertop surface as the kitchen. So you can work in the kitchen and you have an island that you can work with it too. So it's like a full kitchen. Okay. And so if you go to the next slide below, the orange ones to the right shows the kitchen surface on the lower square, and on the upper square, it's as you're standing in the kitchen looking out towards the TV, couch, and window. Okay, now if you go back up one, the pink one then is you're all done cooking. You want to have 6, 8 people come by. They come, and that same table, you lower it down with the remote, and the chairs, which are stored in one of the closets, are then taken out, and you can have people over or just yourselves, and that's the dining area. So if you go down a slide, you can look at the pictures of the dining area. That's the pink one on the lower left. You see the table at the bottom. And again, looking out at the picture window. And then from the picture window, looking back at the table. And then the last slide, if you, that one. Okay, if you noticed, in all the first 3 slides, there is no bedroom. So let's say you want to go to sleep. All of a sudden, that wall that has the TV on it, you rotate that out, the TV stays on the wall, and there's a Murphy bed, queen size, that folds down. So now you have a bedroom with a couch in it, plenty of cabinetry for your clothes, including a mirror, a full window, and that's your bedroom. And somebody could be sleeping while somebody's in the other room where the chairs are. And you can see in the blue there's the bedroom in one shot, and there's the other room in the other shot where there's somebody could be watching TV, They could be working at the desk. They could be cooking at the countertop, et cetera. There's also a full-size, which is not pictured here, a full-size bathroom that is larger than my bathroom. And it has a 6-foot countertop. It has a metal, and it's all water. You can hose down the whole thing. So that's the concept. In one of the closets, I call it the basement closet. It has a washer and dryer, and above it is the electric tankless unit. All these units also have their own split system, AC heat system with a remote that controls it. So they're all independently metered and independently all electric. So there's one electric bill just for these. Now, we built the first building, and so far the electric bills are coming in like $30 a month for a whole unit. They're all LED lights above the cabinets. There's no lamps or any of that kind of thing. And that's kind of the concept of it. So that's the interiors. Okay, then if we want to go back up to the exterior, I could show you floor plans or context, but these are the context of the buildings. That's one with the building placed in context. The slides above are showing, yeah, those are showing the area where it's located on West 14th, which you probably know already. It's a vacant lot. And those are the different context buildings all around, which are very, very varied as far as architectural and any continuity of architecture. So if you go to the next slide, that's the building placed on the lot. The lot to the north of this is owned by ODOT because the freeway's back there. So this view is probably going to stay very predominant. I've had, I think, 2 meetings or something like that with the Planning Commission, met with Matt a lot on overlay. We've had 2 meetings now with the local landmarks. They like the facade on the east or West 14th. What they wanted was this side, this north side. We had this as a blank side because we had the lot, if we went to the site plan, I know I'm jumping around, but the lot is very small.
I'm not sure where there's a site plan.
It's up above your, keep going that way.
There we go.
Yeah. The lot is only 72 feet by, on average, 76 feet. So it's a very small lot. And so the concept was initially, and we changed it for this meeting and also zoning, by the way, for the people that were recommending it or where this has been approved now by zoning, and they've supposedly, Mr. Riccardi has sent a letter to planning to say it is approved. But on the previous print, the building was up against the ODOT lot line, and we couldn't put windows or anything on there. And the committee, the landmarks previously said they would like that facade, that north facade, because you see it quite often, to look, have more windows and be more engaging. So we flip-flopped the building basically, moved the entrance to the other side, and put the lot, 0 lot line on the neighbor's side, which probably will end up having a building. And consequently, you now have 2 predominant sides that look very well. I'm not sure if I'm making sense, but so as you go through the slides and look at the elevations, if that gives you a better idea. And maybe the best way is not to spend too much time talking, but let you look at it and comment or ask questions. But that corner view, the north elevation, the lower one, shows both the east and the north elevation, which will be the predominant visual elevations. And we've gone over a lot about brickwork and awning and windows and all kinds of stuff. And over the last 5 or 6 meetings, it's come down to this, which I think everybody was happy with. And the only thing that everyone hasn't seen has been that north side to review. I guess I'll stop there if I'm talking too much.
Madam Chair, you're muted.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. Do we have feedback from the local planning, or I'm sorry, the planning staff? Is Matt Moss here to speak on this one too?
Madam Chair, I do not see Matt Moss here at the moment.
Madam Chair, Matt had to leave the meeting. He wanted you to know that he supports the project as it's been revised from a planning perspective.
Thank you. Any feedback?
We have Michelle from, I believe, Tremont West.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, Rick has presented his project twice to the Tremont Local District Committee, and he's worked very closely with the committee and taken their suggestions, and I think they've worked out a building that people are pretty satisfactory with. We do have our chair on the call today, and he'd like to speak to the rezoning of the district and that not coming to the committee. There's been 2 projects presented recently in Tremont where the setback seems to be an issue with some of our committee members. And so I think if we could let John speak on that. I don't know if there's any precedent to when zoning is changed in the landmark district for that to come to a local committee for approval.
I can speak to that, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, yes, to Michelle. So with zoning changes, zoning is an act of the administration and council. I'm not required to come through a local design review committee for a zoning change. You do also have to keep in mind that any zoning change that's done, it goes through council committees. It also comes before City Planning Commission, which both are public forums. So the public has the opportunity to comment on any zoning matter at the Planning Commission or at City Council. But we, however, are not required to come through a local committee for a change in the law with respect to zoning.
I just know our district doesn't have a lot of activity in it, and recently we have 2 new construction buildings, and it's been something that's been a point of contention for my committee. So I don't know if John can speak to that. Madam Chair, is he?
Madam Chair, we have John. John has his hand raised.
Yes. I'm trying to unmute myself here. Yes, okay, you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Prakauskas, I'm actually the chairman of the Tremont Local Landmarks Design Review Committee. So I'm kind of tying this project in with the other one we've been reviewing and that you have reviewed already also, which is the apartment building at the corner of southwest corner of Kenilworth and West 14th Street. What Michelle is referring to, and yes, I suppose there were meetings possibly. I know that in other areas I've been notified of meetings for zoning changes, but I don't know, maybe the communication was not good or something, but apparently Tremont West did not know about this, about those meetings to deal with it. But that being said, and maybe it's after the fact, but you know, I really am upset with the fact that somehow the west side of West 14th Street, and that includes that southwest corner of West 14th at Kenilworth, has been given this urban frontage. If you look at the zoning map, it's a little green line that's been added there, which allows or encourages zero to minimal setbacks. And I just think that given the situation on West 14th Street, this is the entrance to Tremont. When you look at the buildings, he's got pictures shown on the other side, on the east side of West 14th Street. This is like, it's like a boulevard practically leading in to Tremont. And to get to a zero setback or close to that, really, you have to get south of Auburn to have that kind of environment. There is a church at the corner of Starkweather and West 14th Street. It's a little closer, but not zero. And that's kind of a transition into that zero setback area. And I know there's some arguments that Matt Moss gave me in a letter to me because I addressed this to him. But I just think that the zero setback, I mean, it's a wonderful building. I love it. I like the concept. The interior is just very inventive. And I'm sure it's going to fit our needs. But to me, this belongs on West 14th. I mean, on West 11th or Starkweather or even a Scranton, which can handle a zero setback type situation. I just think that zoning element is totally wrong for this historic district. And I've got, I talked with one of my cohorts on the commission, on our review committee, Herb Crowther, and we're very adamant about this. The building really wouldn't work, I guess, without any part. I mean, the way that lot kind of gets narrow, first of all, they flipped the building, which we just sort of saw a few days ago by email after the last review meeting that we had. Getting those cars out of there is like an impossible task, I would say. And if it had to be pushed back, if the building had to be pushed back even 5 feet or so and get some landscaping in front of it, I mean, the buildings on the other side and this whole area is characterized by yards and wrought iron fencing. That's you'll see in those pictures that he presented of the other side of West 14th Street. That's the character of this part of the street. There is another apartment building that's at the corner of Fairfield that's a similar. It's brick, 2 stories, but it's set way back with the wrought iron fence in front of it. And to me, that should be the character. I would rather see this site undeveloped. This developer was saying he's going to do something maybe with this with the property to the north of it. I would rather see. I mean, you can see that there's the lot gets just narrower and narrower to like zero when you get to Fairfield and the entrance or the exit from the freeway. And so I just don't see this building. Maybe if it went to the parcel to the south, had a little bit of a setback, but there are even buildings that are further down close to Kenilworth, some very nice homes, one in particular, that are set back and have a wrought iron fence in front of them, like the properties on the east side. So I love the building, but I just don't think it should be built at this location. So
Madam Chair, we have Director Collier.
Yes, so a couple of things. Mr. Rokalkis, you bring up some interesting points, and I'm going to be actually very honest and say that I actually get what you're saying. I have a question though, and this question is for Rick. How you doing, Mr. Mayor? With respect to the rear of the site, does topography play an issue at all? Because I get Mr. Rokalkis's point. I'm very familiar with the street. I travel it all the time. And I love the introduction of the apartment units on 14th. You do have some historic apartment units. They are set back. But I will say with the other project that we are working on that overlooks the park at the corner, that's a little bit different. And I think you can afford to go close to the zero lot line scenario. But here, when you think about the actual context of the street, I think it may make some sense to do to provide some setback and have some landscaping in front. If in fact this site would afford the ability to do so. And that's why I was asking about the rear, to make sure that there's not a slope or anything that drops off that prevents you from providing some setback. You know, when you think about a zero lot line, and I say this to staff all the time, when we think about these certain design principles, you definitely have to pay close attention to context, right? And when you talk about context, you know, you can't just introduce a zero lot line building in a space where you have everything set back. The context isn't appropriate. That typically happens on your major sort of thoroughfares. But in a scenario like this, where you do have two blank parcels that are side by side, and you have, I think to the south, that's not an open parcel, you have some vegetation there. Am I correct? Mr. Mayor, you're on mute.
Can I respond or?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, you were on mute.
I'm on mute. Oh.
No, you're good now. You're good now.
Oh, I'm okay. Okay, a couple things. The lot line to the west, I think that's what you're referring to. That's owned by ODOT, so we can't go there with anything. So there's two issues. One is there is, and I'm not trying to say that there shouldn't be, but there is a large tree lawn in between the sidewalk and the street that's green. So it isn't like the building is on the street. It is set back from the street. So I'll just make that comment. The second comment would be if we added even a 3-foot or whatever setback off of West 14th, we would then lose parking spaces. So that would be the trade-off. And I would leave that to you guys if I can get by with less parking. But, and in fairness to John, let me back up once. What one person said to me, I think I heard him say that on local landmarks, that I should go to zoning. Somebody did make that comment to me, and I did take that to heart. I did submit and send it to zoning, and it wasn't like I was trying to do anything behind anyone's back. I submitted it, and I got letters back, Cleveland letters stating that everything was fine, except I only had 4 parking spaces, and the overlay required 6 parking spaces. And that was another reason where this flipping the building to the opposite side helped to get us to 6 parking spaces. So it's kind of like a trade-off. If I do 3 feet of setback in the front, then I'll probably lose 2 of the spaces. So if I get by, I can live with 4 spaces, but there's not a lot of room. I can't move that west lot line to the west at all because of it's ODOT property. It's not being used, but it's still ODOT property.
Right, you're talking about the diagonal line here.
Right.
To the, oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, I can't go beyond that. Unfortunately, I mean, it'd be nice to be able to go back further if I could, but I can't.
Yeah. The reason I was in somewhat in agreement with John is because the whole boulevard feel on this stretch where you have you've been on West Boulevard, you've been on East Boulevard, you get this, sort of great lawn effect in front of every property, even the apartments. So there is a certain rhythm, but when you go in certain sections of the street, it feels a little bit more urban. Like as you go more, I believe that's south. I'm not getting my directions mixed up. Down 14. And you get closer to the intersection of Clark. It starts to feel a little bit more, urban.
Right.
But this, does, it's kind of, in between. And the reason why I say in between is because on either side of you have vacancy, right? So this stretch, you can kind of establish somewhat of a different context.
Right.
This is why I can understand where John is coming from, but I also understand that there's an opportunity here to provide a little bit a different context. And it would make sense if the building could be moved backwards. Have you had any dialogue with ODOT at all about them giving up this property?
It would take 2 years for them to make a decision was the feedback. Colleen and I approached them and they don't seem, I don't know what the way, they can't move quickly. Let's put it that way.
I hear you.
Yeah, so I've had a bunch of discussions and emails back and forth with, this is Khalid Hawthorne with Housing and Economic Development Director with Tremont. I've had multiple meetings with ODOT on the property there, trying to figure out how we sent potential, the way we'd like to make this more of a regular lot, make it more of a regular lot to the parcel that the city and ODOT shared at some point. Like Mr. Mayor said, it's a time-consuming process. Acknowledge that it will take at least a year, if not more, to get something to on that.
If at all.
May I speak again here?
Go ahead.
Rick, in your previous presentation, before you flipped the building, which partly was done to address the north facade because it was easier to make that a more pleasing facade.
Right.
Didn't you have just 4 parking spaces?
Yes. And that's what I'm saying. If you want to be, that's kind of the trade-off. Zoning, and I went to zoning because your board recommended that I do that. So their comments were 4 spaces is not acceptable. So I'd have to get a variance. So I can live with 4 spaces and I can move the building back. So that can happen. But also I think the other thing to keep in perspective is it isn't like this is a building like we have many buildings downtown, which is right on the street or right on the sidewalk. There is a large green banner there. I don't know where the utilities and stuff poles are, but it's, I don't know, maybe 10 feet wide as you're driving down the street before you even get to the sidewalk.
Yeah,
So-
but that's your tree line, of course, which I'm sure you're aware. The 0 lot line on any building, even if it's downtown, that means 0 lot line to the sidewalk. And that's what this
Right.
is.
I'm not, no, wait, I'm not talking about the definition. I'm talking about the view as you're driving down the street. It isn't like there is no greenery in front of the building. I wanted to make that point. There's a large, like downtown, we don't have any greenery in front of the buildings,
This isn't downtown.
And also,
Chair,
no,
Madam Chair.
I know it's not downtown. The other thing is, this area does not have, as you go up and down the street, does not have a well-defined architecture style to it. There's a lot of different type of things going on. So from my perspective, and again, I'm not trying to tell anyone there what to think, but from my perspective, if it could be established that this area here, if ODOT comes along and the area to the south is owned by, I think, an individual, and something there can be done, that would further define this area more like this. So I would look forward to seeing that happen, but I can't promise that for this discussion.
Madam Chair, we have Mr. Harrison like to speak next, please. Thank you. He's had his hand raised for quite a while.
Okay, Mr. Harrison, if you'd like to go, and then I'd like to speak also.
I'd like to remind everybody to please raise your hand and wait to be recognized before speaking out of turn so that we can keep the meeting in an organized fashion. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Could you put a slide of the facade of the building, please?
Is that?
That'll do, yes. So we've talked a lot about site plan, and I won't make any comments on that. I'd like to address the aesthetics of the building. I feel that the fenestration is too large and needs to be reviewed and brought back into some sort of perspective. You've created a very, I mean, those windows are larger than most commercial windows, and it's not anything that we see in the Tremont area. And the also on the facade of this building, the cornice is very unresolved. You have a very strong base, but you have a very weak cornice, and you might want to join those three elements at the top instead of breaking them as you do. And because what I expect to see with this facade is about 10 more stories on top of it. And unfortunately, to me, that leaves us with a very unresolved architectural building. Also, if you're going to front it on West 14th Street, I think you need to do something to make the central element more prominent than the two side elements, so that it has a symmetry that is appropriate, again, to a residential area and not make the building look so commercial in that respect. This is a concept presentation today, so that's why I'm giving you this feedback, so that ultimately I can come to a place of supporting it, because I think ultimately there needs to be something built here, and I'm not at all opposed to interesting new concepts of living. But architecturally, I really think you need to continue working to refine this building, because it's not there are too many elements that are not architecturally in perspective. Let me put it that way. You could take these elements and put them elsewhere in other communities or in other contexts, but particularly the cornice is unresolved and needs to be. You might think of making the protection solid rather than they look like arbors at the moment. But of course, you're not going to run a wisteria all the way up to the top of them. So they're not functioning as arbors. Rather, they are functioning as louvers. And I don't think that is a strong enough element at the top of this building to substitute for a proper cornice.
Madam Chair, we have Adrian Bailey.
I was going to comment next. I mean, I think this is a really interesting use, and I really like it in this location. I think it's very innovative how your use of the micro unit and showing its adaptability. And I think it fits really well for this location of Tremont, especially because it's right on that gateway, into the area. So it makes it very walkable and attainable. But with that said, I would have to agree with the comments on some of the comments on setback, because I think it feels foreign for this part of the street. This part of the street has a very deliberate setback area. It's not a straight line of setback, but it's a pretty consistent for the gateway, especially into the neighborhood. So I like the project, but I personally would prefer it to be pushed to the west, so that it could give some breadth to allow you to enter into the neighborhood and work to help step back in the setbacks to where the existing buildings are. And then I would have to second what Mr. Harrison said about the cornice. I think right now it feels very segregated between the three elements within here, that really looking more at a consistent cornice versus the louvers to give you that accent would probably make the building feel more cohesive, because it's not that big. So it's, for being a smaller building to have three distinct elements, I think it's starting to look busy. But a cornice could help unite the whole design.
Madam Chair, we still have a few people with their hands raised. We have Adrian Bailey was next, and then we have, I think John Makakis wants to speak again, and Khalid and Director Collier. I guess Adrian Bailey.
I agree with what everyone's saying. I like the building and how it's formatted, the color. I'm assuming these are open porches or balcony, Mr. Romain, on here in the front, the east one that I'm looking at. And also, I have questions about the north and the south. Now, I understand that you were saying that the lot where all the dense trees is, that's why you didn't put any windows. But my concern is, like, let's say something happened in the future and they either sell part of the property or cut some of the tree down. I'm just wondering, have you thought about putting windows there, even though it's dense trees that they're going to be looking at?
We can hear you.
Okay, there's three things I'm hearing. One, make the corners continuous. Two, put a setback in, and we'll probably end up losing a couple parking spaces, but we'll deal with that. And then the third one that just was brought up, we moved the building to the south property line so that it's right on the property line, not the north, but the south. Okay, if you can see, the building is right on the property line. Because of that, we cannot put windows or anything there. And from that standpoint, we've kind of simplified it. There's a good probability that there'll be another building built. And again, these are small lots. So even if you did put windows there, they would end up being blocked by the building that's to the south. So one, code doesn't allow windows on that facade, and two, I have the architects on the line, they could speak to it as well. And two, somebody will probably, almost very likely, shortly build something and bring to you something for that south parcel, which will be right up against that solid brick wall. But on the north side, even if ODOT would agree to not, agree to allow that to be developed, we still have the parking lot that's like 10 feet from the property line on that side. So the windows are appropriate there. Does that make sense?
Yes. And also the blank wall is in the middle on the north side. And you mentioned earlier that you have 4 heights of the cabinets. Is that one of the reasons why you don't have no windows in the middle?
Correct.
Okay. 4 height, meaning from ceiling to the floor.
Right. The cabinets go from ceiling to floor.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's why you don't have no windows there. Okay. All right. Thanks for the explanation.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, we have Director Collier.
Okay, I'm going to make this quick because one thing I just want to say is that I think the building design is very well done. I would challenge the prospect of closing off that front facade. I think it gives it some depth and it's some flavor. My concern is that because of the scale of the building, if you just square it off, it'll feel just like a block. You know, I'd actually like the idea of having some variation on that facade and with the depth of the porch elements. I think it gives it, I think it gives it some much needed heft on that front facade. The one thing that I would just suggest is that I would be all for pushing this building back and giving it somewhat of a yard feeling. And I think it would also play well with the building facade with the porches there. So my only issue is this whole scenario around pushing to the degree that it can be accomplished. But the facade treatments, I think helps a lot. So that it doesn't look like a boring block.
If I can respond, basically, I have no problem, and the architects can speak if they wish on this. If we move the building back, which is what the two things that I'm hearing, And if I'm not missing it, is we should change the cornice and make it continuous, number one. And number two, push the building to the west so that there is a setback. That's kind of what I'm taking away so far.
The setback, definitely, I think that is something that's clear or that's been stated a few times in our feedback. Regarding the cornice, you can hear that we're split. You know, there's some of us that feel like it would be more appropriate if there was a more unifying element, and there's some that like the way it is. So I think, you know, as you complete the development of this building, and I would explore both and then help us understand that in your next presentation so that we can become aligned on what you move forward with.
Good. Thank you.
Madam Chair, John, did you have another comment? You had your hand raised. You're muted.
Yes, I did. The only thing I don't think was ever explained on the site, the immediate parcel to the north seems to be a pretty small parcel. That was part of this project, free up parking. Who owns that part? Does ODOT own that too?
Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, the whole idea is going to be if we can get this one built, that'll give us probably 2 years of negotiating with ODOT. I would like ODOT, in addition to the site that you're seeing that's outlined on the plan there, that's a small lot. I would also like to entertain maybe getting additional land. The piece that you have there is the city and ODOT, but ODOT also owns the other part to the north of that. And what I'm thinking, this is not at all for this discussion, but just my thought process is if we can acquire that next lot and then work out a deal with ODOT where we lease that next part, where we put parking on it, they can give them an easement so they can always get to wherever they have to get to on the freeway. And we would move the cars if they had to take heavy equipment across that. But that then would solve our parking issue. But that's a long discussion and far down the road. But that's the thinking.
Madam Chair, we have Mr. Harrison would like to make a final comment.
Mr. Harrison?
Since I brought up the issue over the cornice, I'd like to clarify really quickly that I did not imply or I really have nothing to say about the setbacks, the balconies, in other words. I'm not calling for the whole front of the building to be filled in to create one huge monolith. No, that's so. Director Collier, that is not what I called for. What I'm talking about is the cornice at the very top. Just like the cornice at the bottom, just like the base at the bottom provides a unifying element, I'm talking about the cornice at the very top. And all you have to do to make the central element a bit more prominent is to raise the cornice line slightly for that element in the middle, or set the middle part back 2 feet, or bring it forward 2 feet, something to make the middle part more prominent than the two side parts. I think that would make it a much more compatible building with the kinds of architecture. Really what you're referencing is the architecture further down the street toward Clark, built in the 19-teens, these sort of gracious apartment buildings that are 2 stories. I understand that, and I think this is an interesting modern adaptation of that, but they all have some unifying element at the top. And unfortunately, I don't think this is fully resolved.
Okay, I appreciate that and totally understand. And Eva and Dan are the architects on this call, and they're terrific. So
very much. Thank you.
I'm sure in the next iteration we can address those.
It seems like we've been focusing on the 2 elements that we've just stated, the setback and the cornice. Does anyone from the commission have other feedback or
Madam
at this time?
Chair, we also have the architect has his hand raised, Daniel Sirk. Go ahead, Daniel.
Sir?
Yes, hello, Daniel Sirk, SA Group, 1322 Old River Road. I appreciate all your comments today. And I just wanted to put a little flavor to a couple of items that I heard. I respect the comment related to the cornice, and we will address that. With respect to the setback, I fully support Rick in his challenges with zoning, that we need to try to maintain the 6 spaces, which has been quite the challenge because of the tightness of the property. We've seen in the other project that Rick has constructed that the parking demand is not what zoning is reflecting. People that are using these buildings and plan to occupy them are a generation that use lifts, public transportation, and the parking demand may not be in line with zoning. So if this board support Rick's push back with zoning to agree to a amendment or to allow to relax on the parking down to 4 spaces, we could start to explore the desire to push the building back. Now, that was a comment that was brought up before in earlier design review by the local committee. That is why the porches exist the way that they do, to soften that residential character onto the street. If you could please switch to the existing context. My next comment briefly is about the size of the windows. As Rick presented, the units are designed to have a large focused window at the end of the unit, so that these can be urban infill. That is sort of the concept. Earlier in your meeting, you were discussing the historic properties that unfortunately may need to be torn down or not. However, Rick we are looking at sites in the city to deploy these where we can infill. And that large window is a big feature to the experience of the internal workings of the unit. If you could please zoom in as well, in the lower right-hand corner of the property that's directly across the street. It's the second small picture up from the right. And the comment to the context was we were reflecting on the existing building across the street that has the large exterior balconies with the windows recessed back in. So the architectural shape that we're creating is working with that. As you can see, this has a different cornice treatment, which we respect that comment, but this is where the actual physical shape of the buildings was derived from the urban context across the street. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, we have Mr. Harrison with his hand raised.
Sorry, I left it up. That's not a hand raise.
Okay. Well,
Let
in
me
the
see. We
interest
have,
of time, do we have any additional comments beyond what has already been given? Or do you, Mr. Mayor, feel like you've gotten feedback from this commission?
I think you and all of the committees, the 5 committees I've been through before, have been very, very helpful. And I think the ideas that come out of each committee, we have incorporated every single one of them. And I don't see why that'll be any different. So when we come to you next, I think you'll be pleased that we accommodated what you asked for. I will have to get a variance from zoning, I'm sure, but that's a different issue. So, but thank you very much, and you've been very helpful and very nice.
Well, thank you. And I think you've probably heard loud and clear that, the the Landmarks Commission will support, your zoning variance, because I think, this is a very exciting project and that will really help it shine. So thank you for your project, and we look forward to seeing you come back.
Thank you very much.
So that concludes our concept plan portion of our agenda. We do have a few additional items left on our agenda. We have reports. Sam, do you want to tell us about the reports we have?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will be very brief because there's an important item we need to talk about in the administrative report part of the meeting. The City of Cleveland and the Cleveland Landmarks Commission were recognized by the National Park Service as a certified local government. And one of our roles is to comment on potential National Register nominations. We haven't put these on the agenda in a long time. I think it would be good to get back into the habit of getting feedback from the commission for National Register nominations. Today, we have 2 that are going to the board in June. Just wanted you to be aware of them. I sent the members a link to the full presentations. I encourage you to look them over and see if you have any comments there. The first one is the Rainey Memorial Institute on East 55th Street. It's a significant Tudor revival building designed by an important Cleveland architect, Sidney Badgley. It's important in the city's settlement house history. It's already a Cleveland landmark, but putting it on the National Register will make it eligible for federal and state historic tax credits. The Erie View Historic District, you're well aware of. It's intended to recognize the importance of the 1960 IMPA Urban Renewal Plan at Erie View. It extends from Lakeside Avenue to Chester and East 9th Street to East 12th Street. There are 22 contributing buildings. Again, it's only a National Register district. It's not proposed for local designation at this time, but it will make the properties eligible for tax credits. And I would just ask for any comments the commission has. And if you feel you want to make a motion to recommend approval to the state, that would be appropriate too.
Do we have any feedback from the commission on the 2 recommendations?
Madam Chair, we have Adrian.
Okay, it's just a vote to put it on the National Register. Both of them is already landmark for Cleveland, correct? That's what I'm trying to get understanding.
Only the Rainey Institute is a Cleveland landmark. The Erie View Historic District is not locally designated.
Okay, all right. Well, I do have a comment on the Rainey. It does have some historical precedent. I went in there one time when they had a program for the children's in there. So I think it's worth getting on the National Register due to the fact that this building was sort of like, history, Rainey doing work and helping the children in the community.
Other questions or comments on the 2 nominations?
We have no other hands raised.
Would someone like to make a recommendation for nomination for the Rainey Memorial Institute?
Adrian has her hand raised.
I'll do that. Making the motion is to make the 2 buildings to be nominated for the national registration.
Can we do these together?
Oh,
Or do
yes.
we need to separate them out?
I think in the interest of time, we can do them together.
I second the motion.
Any further discussion? Don, could you please take a roll call and announce the results?
Ms. Anderson? I think we've lost some members. Ms. Bailey?
Yes.
Mr. Colicchia? Mr. Collier?
Mr. Collier had to leave.
Thank you. Mr. Dreyer has left. Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Strickland has left. Mr. Tarasik?
Yes.
Ms. Trott?
Yes.
I think I got everybody who's still here. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Do we have any Section 106 environmental reports?
We do not.
Any other reports, or shall we move on to?
I think we should move to administrative reports.
Administrative reports?
I don't have anything on the PowerPoint.
The chairperson and I had a meeting yesterday with Tom Storinsky at Historic Gateway Neighborhood and Downtown Cleveland Alliance. In light of the damage that was done on May 30th after the protests downtown, there's an effort going on right now to provide funding to business owners to do repairs to storefronts. And we want to make sure that they're done appropriately and in kind, because there are so many historic buildings on Euclid Avenue and East 4th Street. Some of these are in the historic district. Some of them are designated landmarks. A lot of them are eligible and need to be treated appropriately. We're less concerned about the ones that are repairs in kind, if they're just replacing glass and storefronts, that kind of thing. But we want to make sure that we set up a protocol for reviewing the ones that may go beyond just basic repairs. And we want to set up a process by which we can expedite all of these approvals, because we think time is going to be of the essence. And so we'd like to set up a subcommittee of the commission to have the power to give administrative approvals to some of these in coordination with members of the local design review committee. And that's what we want to talk about today. Julie, can you add some comments?
Absolutely. In just the discussion, since it is more of an emergency situation, to get these buildings back in shape after the May 31st events, I think this is really appropriate and a great opportunity to show collaboration between the local committees and the commission to speed up reviews, and sort of playing off some of the comments that were even made today, 4 or 5 different meetings, getting everyone in the same room. I think this is a great opportunity to show how agile both can be and help the overall areas get back to the luster that they had prior to the event. And I think for Don and what we're looking at is it's still obviously we're trying to figure this out, because the conversation just happened yesterday from both the committee and the commission level. But we have a sub-team of, we'd ask for a focus team of this area to potentially be part of this subcommittee, and would email Don if you are interested in being part of it. I think we're going to keep it fairly small, just so it's a little bit more agile. But we're working with Tom Storinsky to figure out what's the need. Right now, I think we identified 2 to 4 locations that would come to us if there was standard replace in kind, like Don said. Those would not really require review, but in 2 cases in particular, there are organizations that were about to do upgrades, so they would like to use this now forced replacement to do those upgrades, and those are really the only cases that we would focus on with this subcommittee.
So, Madam Chair, are you asking for volunteers, or what are the action steps you'd like to see?
I think the action steps are volunteers to be part of this subcommittee, and then once we determine the final number that we think is appropriate, the total number, we can break it down to what comes from each commission and committee. So if you're interested in joining, I just say email Don, and he can then use that to help us form the subcommittee.
Thank you.
Part of this effort is to send a letter to downtown property owners, making them aware that there's an expectation that we expect the repairs to meet the Secretary of the Interior standards. I think we'll need to coordinate with Anthony Santora, who in city planning, who staffs the downtown Flats Design Review Committee, because a lot of these buildings are outside of our purview. The only question I have is for Stu. Do you see any issues with our rules or our code that would prevent us from moving forward with a subcommittee to make decisions on behalf of the commission?
No, there's no problem with forming a subcommittee, but do realize that it would also be subject to all the open meeting laws of the state of Ohio. So you'd have to announce the meetings and they would have to be open to the public.
Okay, thank you.
Any other administrative reports today?
We had a site visit a couple days ago in Little Italy to review a demolition. That will be coming to the commission eventually. I don't think there's going to be an issue with the demo. The problem right now is coming up with a plan, an adequate plan for what's going to replace the house that they want to demolish. But we had a site visit. We'll have plenty of photographs for the commission to review when we see it. We'll probably see it in July. That's all I've got.
All right. There is not a chair's report today. So I think the last on our agenda is adjournment. Would someone like to make a motion to adjourn?
Looks like Mr. Harrison has his hand raised. Although at this point, I think you don't have to.
I move to adjourn.
Everyone can open their mic. Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, well, I would say that passes unanimously. So I think that's it. Then we are adjourned. Thank you for everyone's patience. If there's anybody left from the public and from the applicants and everyone on the commission, I think we're getting the hang of this more, and the more we do this, the faster this will become again. So thanks for everyone's patience and staying on the line.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Have a great day.
Bye.